Good morning, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You might be wondering why we're starting so early, given that court actually doesn't start until what is it, o'clock Eastern. The reason I'm starting early is because I wanted to kind of see how far we can get with the court transcripts from yesterday. Okay, so if you guys remember, we started reading a little bit about the defense on cross. So I said, well, let me see how much I can get through before the hearing. So this stream is going to run for both. Okay, so we're going to start right there. Before I get started, shout out to everybody. I know people are just coming in. Shout out to everybody. Let me let the people know that we're live. Um, we live now. So I'm going to take as many breaks as I want because I have a lot of time to do so while I'm reading these court transcripts and kind of take it easy, of course, for my voice and everything. But can I just say something real quick? I just want to make sure that, you know, I expect, thank you, Dreamy Smalls. I appreciate you. Bump the trail. um, I really appreciate everybody supporting the channel. Thank you guys so much for the new guys, for the new people. But I'm going to say this because my mods kind of come and go. I don't always have mods. And when I do, it's great. Wonderful. But my mods aren't here to referee everything. So, or that's not their role, actually. Let's be very clear. I appreciate them. But I want to make sure that, we keep it respectful and cute, even if we don't agree with each other. If you find yourself going back and forth with the person, there's 3 dots next to the person's name. Just block them. That's all you have to do. I don't want to see people tagging me or tagging my mods to block somebody. We can't be doing that. We just can't. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up about that. And honestly, I kind of um I'm kind of okay with people having differences of opinion as long as we're respectful. You don't have to believe this Jane Doe. You don't. You really don't. I mean, you don't have to believe Diddy, or you could believe Diddy. I don't know. I'm not here to convince you that. I'm honestly just here to report the news, and talk about it. Okay, and then maybe we could talk about the opinions, and I might give you my thoughts on something. But my thoughts are fact. They're just my thoughts on what I think about the issues. But I have noticed like an increase in a lot of I want to say just specific targeted trolling that I'm like, I just don't have the time for it. I'm not going back and forth. It takes me forever to read some of these transcripts. I just can't. So it is what it is. Haduko, I promise you we will do a Bruce voice. I have it. We will do a Bruce voice when this trial is done. I told you guys I owe my supporters a Fire Festival party, especially if we're close to reaching 80,000 subscribers. We're almost there, okay? We're almost there. Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let's get started because we started reading some of the transcripts, and this is Jane Doe with Teeny Garagos, right? And so let me give you guys just a quick little rundown. They're right at cross-examination, excuse me, right at cross, not cross-examination, right at cross. And they Teeny kind of takes this questionnaire. Now, Teeny is not attacking Jane Doe by all means or anything like that, okay? She's not. She's very kind of getting to a point where they're going to get to a point where they're going to talk about kind of the different things that have happened yesterday, right? But I want to be very clear that it seems like a lot of the questioning that Teeny Garagos does is very circular. And I don't think it's ooh, to say I got you, I got you, but it's to really try to understand is there something that you say here versus that you said here that isn't consistent to the things that are now being said, which I mean, maybe that's strategy. You might like it, but you might not. One of the things that was very revealing to me yesterday was when Jane Doe talked about this rental property, the one that Robin Greenhill was signing checks for. Y'all remember that one? Well, it sounds like Jane Doe wanted this to be a property where they could do some of these FOs or hotel nights. And that way it would be a little bit more private, more kind of more to them. And she also described these FOs as being like a time where they could have kind of like an intimate secret between them. When in reality, it's very likely that a lot of people knew what was going on, as well as Diddy's team. So We have to talk about that. And Gerald, I'm so glad you brought this up. I heard that there was a change on the transcripts. We're going to review that. We're actually coming up on that part. There were some X's in the transcripts that were inner city press notice, and I saw BJ tweeting. So did they change the transcripts yesterday? What happened? And I think it was a question that Teeny Garagos asked that she wasn't supposed to, something that she said she wasn't supposed to do. Something happened there. So we're going to get to that right now. Okay. Hit the like button. Starting off from where we left off. Okay. And I'm not going to be paying attention too much to the chat other than to take breaks. If Baby Bunny, the sitter's not here yet. So once the sitter gets here, it'll be a little bit different. But if she comes in and out, she'll be here. Okay. In and out. All right. Starting with Teeny Garagos. Okay. You had every intention of, if you were going to do these nights, you would have them at that home instead. I just start mixing it up. Yes. Okay. And when you said you wanted something, I think you said for you and your X, 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 X. Huh. Or your child that was large, had a big yard, right? This is the point of contention right here. This little censorship right here, for those that Gerald pointed it out. What did Teeny Garagos ask right in those X's? What is she talking about? Let me reread that question one more time. Okay. And when you said you wanted something, I think you said for you and your whatever those X's are, or your child that was large, had a big yard, right? Okay. She answers, I'm sorry, can you reference my child as my child? So did she name her child here? He said her son's name. That's what I'm thinking too. And this is what she's like, I'm sorry, can you say my child? Can you reference my child as my child? So maybe she released the child's name. Okay. Maybe something happened there. Teeny continues. She said her son. You guys are saying it. She said her son instead of her child. Son actually doxed her. Ah, thank you guys. Okay. All right. So then she corrected her. But she didn't say the name, did she? You guys are saying that she doxed him she wasn't supposed to say the names? No, she said son. Okay. So she didn't dox him. So why did she have to correct her? She said child, not the name. Tasha says, okay. Yeah, but why was that? Why is that a correction? I guess I have a question about that. Let me ask you guys in the chat. I'm confused. Why would that be a point of contention? She didn't say the child's name. She said, your son. For your son. Gotcha. Thank you, CMT. So when she said, I think you said for you and your son or your child that was large, had a big backyard. Why was that a point of Xing? Can somebody explain? Oh, because of the gender of the child. That makes sense. Okay. I believe. Okay, gotcha. So they gendered, so they didn't want the gender to be known. That would make sense. Anonymity. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you guys. And by the way, thank you guys for keeping it cute in the comments again. I know yesterday we were talking a little bit about, I don't want her son mentioned here, or excuse me, her child. Sorry, her child. Boy or girl, whatever it may be. We don't want that here. So I'm trying to limit this just to the transcripts, because I know people were doing the most. But even though a lot of that is public information, for the purposes of this, we'll leave it at that. Okay. Thank you guys. Let's see. Gotcha. Thank you guys for correcting me. Okay. I'm sorry. Can you reference my child as my child? I corrected myself, of course. For you and your child, you wanted a big yard, right? I did. And you wanted a big home. I did. And so you wanted something for your child, but you also wanted something up to Mr. Combs' taste level. Yes. And explain what that means. His taste levels. I would say that Mr. Combs had really nice properties that were always decorated well and well manicured. I wanted to pick a home that was a home away from home. And if he would visit me, he would still feel like he was at home to his taste level. And you had nights before you moved into that home. You had nights at your previous apartment with him as well. Though, right? Yes. He would come to that home and you guys would have entertainers there. Yes. Okay. I would like you to, and if we could pull up from the parties, but it's also in the binders at tab 3, I think, 3103 defense exhibits. If you could look at it and, okay, she answers, should I look at the screen or the binder? Teeny corrects her. Well, you have two options. Really, whatever you prefer. There's one in the binder and there's one on the screen. If you could just look at it and read it over very quickly. Okay. Have you read it? I have read it. I have read it over. Okay. What is this generally? Is this a message between you and Mr. Combs? Yes. Okay. And is it dated March 25th, 2023? Yes. All right. We move on this to the exhibits, Your Honors. So no objection from Comey, and it's admitted. This is dated, and can we publish it for the jury? Questioning continues. Is this dated March 25th, 2023? Yes, it is. Is this after the Turks and Caicos trip that you and Mr. Combs went on? Yes. All right. And here you had, if you look at page 2, you say you're taking off. You have no idea how torn I am right now. I know I could have powered back up, but I didn't want you to be distracted. I love you so, so, so much. Right? Yes. Okay. And so this was your leaving Miami after your Turks and Caicos trip, and you were flying back home to Los Angeles, right? Yes. Hold up, y'all. Okay. Okay. Garagos continues. So if we could now play the voice note out, and we'll go to the next page. Okay. All right. Page 3. So then we'll have number 2 and number 3 side by side if we could. All right. If we could play those voice notes. First, Your Honor, we seek with the government's consent to admit 3103A, which is the first voice note on page 2. No objection from Comey. Okay. If we could play 3103A, this is Mr. Combs' response to your message saying taking off. So media plays. Media played. All right. You could turn that off. Thank you so much. All right. What is get in your bag? Get in your bag means just stay focused on what you're doing and just like elevating yourself and don't get out of that space. And then he says, you got your contract, right? Yes. Ooh, interesting. So interesting. And he says, you got your contract, right? Yes. So is this a voicemail where it's after the love contract that you talked about after Turks and Caicos in Miami? Yes. All right. And you responded with some emojis. You see with the crying laughter face and the kissing face. Yes. And you said, baby, you make me laugh. LOL. The addiction is real. I really had to get to this point to stop honestly. F or die trying. Apologies. Nothing's going to stop us. Nothing's going to stop me or us. What do you mean by that? Is that in response to the crack pipe comment? No. This was a quote from him the night before where he says, I'm going to F or die trying. And I think either him or me say nothing going to stop us or nothing's going to stop me. Okay. Now, what to your knowledge? What was he saying? You're the crack pipe? He had an addiction to you? Is that what you understood? Yeah, to my S. Okay. And then at the end, he says, you got your contract. And this is, again, after the Miami Turks and Caicos trip, right? Yes. Okay, so we can play with the government's consent. So they're admitting exhibits. No objection from Mr. Miss Comey, the government, and exhibits are admitted. Media is played for everybody to hear. At the end of that voice note, you're saying yay to your contract. That refers to the love contract. Yes. And this is after Turks. And you're saying that you had so much fun, right? I had so much with Sean. Yes. So much fun. And you told him that, right? Yes. And you told him that you felt closer to him on another level, right? Yes. And that you were then going to he told you to get in your bag and you said you're going to focus on your health and wellness for the week, right? Yes. All right. And then you responded to him. You sent another message and said, can't get enough of your love, baby. Is that in response to the song that's in the background playing? Yes. You're saying, I'm a lucky girl, super happy and all smiles. Listen to my voicemail when you can, right? Yes. And are these two examples of voice notes that you and Mr. Combs would send you? Yes. I asked you earlier if he would send you a lot of voice notes, and this is an example of one. Yes. And this is right after you went to Miami, right? Yes. And then you went to Turks and Caicos for many days. Yes. And then you went to Miami again. Yes. And all three of those trips, there were entertainers there, right? Unfortunately, yes. But you're telling him in these messages on March 25th, I had so much fun. I feel closer to you on another level, right? Yes, the fact that I could parcel out those moments with Sean, those moments made me very happy. Yes. And you've been pretty clear on that, right? That you loved spending time with him, right? Just him. Yes. And in this voicemail that we just listened to after this Turks, both Miami trips, you're saying, I feel closer to you. I had so much fun, right? Yes. Specifically you, meaning him. And that you had fun with him, yes. And you feel close to him on another level, right? Yes. All right. Could we go to 3110? That should be behind, I think 10, tab 10 of your binder. And if it's not, let me know. It's there. Thank you. Okay, great. Of course, it's also on the screen. You could put both pages up. Okay. And if you could just take a look at it, tell me if you recognize it. And when you're done reading, just let me know. Okay. Your Honor. So, Tina Garrigo says, while she's doing that, I realized that I didn't offer 3103 under seal. Just wanted to make the record clear that I'm offering those under seal. All right. So more evidence is admitted under seal. Okay. We're going to skip over that because they go back and forth. Government agrees. I had also forgotten. Okay. All right. Have you had a chance to look at the exhibit? Yes. All the pages, right? Yes, all the pages. Okay. Yes. Okay. Do you recognize this as a message between you and Mr. Combs on April 4th, 2023? Yes. Your Honor, we offer this under seal, and we will offer a redaction one later, a redacted one later. No objections. Okay. So more under seal. Let's turn, I have both pages side by side. Let's go to page 3 and 4. All right. Okay. Questioning continues. Are these messages, are you sending Mr. Cole messages of the home that you had identified that you wanted to move into? Yes. And so on the left, okay, Ms. Garrigo says, if we can zoom in on both photos, and this is the master bath on the left. Yes. All right. And then on the outside, is that on the right hand side? Yes. And that's a patio area that leads out into the yard. Yes. All right. If we can go to the next 2 pages. Okay. If we can zoom into those 2 photos, please. It's a little bit blurry, but this was the large kitchen, excuse me, the kitchen and the family room. Yes. Okay. If we could take that on Zoom, and I guess would be the word, all right, if we can go to the next page. All right. So then if we can look at page 7, you write, and I'll read this part. I know it's big, but LOL. For everything I'm looking for our time, family time, safety, privacy, and school district. This is the perfect place. And you say where it is. You say where the location is. And you say on a good day from Mapleton, it's a 25 to 30-minute commute. Mapleton is his home in Bel Air? Yes. All right. And when you talk about here, you say for our time. Is that part of what time together, right? Yes. And part of what you said was times that you would have entertainers over, right? Yes. Safety because that was important, right? Yes. Privacy was important, of the utmost importance to him and you, right? Yes. And school district for your child, right? Yes. Okay. So for privacy, I think you mentioned on direct, but I want to make it clear. This is a gated community, right? Yes. In order for anyone to get through, they'd have to go through like a guard, essentially. Yes. And nobody could just go into your home. Right. Okay, if we can zoom out. And this was important that you were somewhat close to Mr. Combs' home in Los Angeles, right? Yes. And you say it's 4 bedrooms and 4.5 baths. It's a brand new home. The landscaping's waiting approval. And this one is going skipped ahead for 10,000 per month. Yes. Okay. And on the bottom text on the left there you say, "So I got approved. Yay." So now they need a first and last month's rent and 2 months of security deposit, totaling for the first month 10K. Last month's 10K. Security deposit of 20K. Total of 40K. The place is ready for move in by April 15th, right? Yes. So do you know that in order to move into your apartment, did it cost 40,000? Yes, the home move-in was 40,000. Damn. Damn. Okay. All right. A failed pessimist. Thank you so much for the 13.99. Thank you guys. Make sure you guys are showing support to the channel. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Yes, we are up early for those that are coming in. We're reading the transcripts from yesterday because we have a hearing today, so we're going to be doing both. So we are pulling. We're burning today. Okay, we're going to do what we got to do. Yeah, it's a lot of money. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Okay. Um. One sec, guys. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Here we go. Okay. So hold up, y'all. All right, sorry about that. Okay, let's keep going. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. Okay. Sorry, where did I leave off? Here we go. So do you know that in order to move into your apartment, did it cost 40,000? Yes, the home move in was 40,000. Okay. So if we can unzoom, and then if we could if we could to, skip ahead to page 8 to the bottom text there. You say, let me know what you think of the backyard. It's your place too. I want you to be happy whenever you're in it. So if you have any suggestions for them in the backyard, I told my realtor once I speak to you, I'll email him concerning the payment to lock it in. Thank you so much, baby. You have no idea how much this means. I'm so beyond grateful for you. And I thank God for you, right? Yes. There are some emojis next to that. Yes. Okay. So when you moved into your apartment, your house, there was the first month already paid for, right? Yes. The last month is already paid for, right? Yes. And then the security deposit is 2 months, 2 full months rent, right? Yes. All right. So this rent was, as you said, always been paid on time, right? Yes. And and he ensured with Robin, his accountant, that rent gets paid on whatever day of every month it has to get paid, right? Yes. Ooh, enter the chat. Robin. Sounds like she was paying the rent on time. Okay. Um, yes. And that has never stopped, right? No. Okay. And even if the rent had not been paid, you would have last month's rent already paid, right? Right. And the 2 month security deposit, that was with the landlord, right? Right. So the total's about 3 months of rent. That was in the landlord's possession if for some reason he stopped paying the rent. Right. Okay. And then you testified that if it may have been, okay, Miss Garrigo says, let's take that down. Thank you. You testified that it may have been yesterday, but I'm losing my track of days. Frankly, that he said that at one point when you were going to break up, that he would then pay 3 months of rent. Do you remember that? I do. Okay. So at that time, when he had said that he would pay 3 months of rent, it would be 3 months of rent plus the 3 months of rent that the landlord also already had, right? I never really took that into account, but yeah, now that you put it that way. Okay. And in that moment, I think you testified that you felt frustrated, right? When he said that? Yes. Yes. And all right. And at the end of the day, you never actually believed that he would withhold the rent from you, right? There were some times that I definitely felt that he would do that, and he used it to kind of as a little tool. The rent was always just like a reminder. Well, what he said was that he could discuss 3 more months, right? That's what that's what we looked at. That's what we looked at. Okay. Yes. And do you remember saying to the government that when he would use it as a tool, that you would then say to him, I'm not Cassie, and I could make your life hell. Objection from the government. Could we get a time frame to when she said that? Comey says. Okay. Can we pull up Mr. McLeod? 3502 dash 24, page 11. Your Honor, I don't think that there's a basis, Comey continues. Hold on, says the court. Hold on, take a step back. Let me take a step back and I'll rephrase. Comey, or excuse me, Garrigo says. Do you remember saying to the government that when he would use the rent as a tool, that you would tell him, I'm not Cassie and I could make your life hell? There was only one argument that we had towards the end that I would hit my wall and I was depressed over these nights. And we got on the phone and he was consoling me. And then he would smoothly insert that. So, what do you need 3 more months rent? And that infuriated me because it didn't feel genuine. The previous talk of consoling me, etc. And then we had some really nasty text exchange. So in this one instance, I would bring up his ex and say, I'm neither of your exes. Okay. So this was the phone conversation that we spoke about yesterday. The phone conversation detailed the consoling and then the threats about the threat about the rent. And then the text is what you guys have. Okay, following that argument. So you guys were in an argument and he was consoling you, right? On the phone? On the phone. Yes. And then after he was consoling you, that's when he brought up the 3 months, 3 more months of rent that made you really upset, right? Yes. And give me one sec, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Baby Bunny is drawing a picture. Um, let's see. And then after he was consoling you, that's when he brought up the 3 months of rent. That made you really upset, right? Yes. And then that's when you said, I'm neither one of your exes. Okay. And you fought back to him, right? I think it was a text exchange that I said those things. All right. Now, after you got the house, he sent you, I think you said a random wire of 20,000, right? Yes. And that's because you needed furniture for the home? Yes. And obviously, it was going to cost a lot of money to furnish. Yes. And you were grateful for that 20,000. Yes. And you wanted to use that money to get furniture that was up to his taste level? Yes. And we looked at some photos of the house yesterday, and you got really nice furniture for the home, right? Yes. And some of that you paid for? Yes. And some of it he paid for, right? Yes. All right. I want to go back to the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Combs that you already testified about. And you talked about going to his house in November of 2020 with your friend who had been seeing him, right? Yes. And she had been seeing him for a couple of years, right? I believe so. She was one of many, you would say, right? Yes. I think you said that she wasn't engaged at that time, but she was seeing somebody else, right? Yes. And she had been seeing him then, seeing him as well as Mr. Combs, right? Yes. And so you said you felt a little bit hesitant when he was trying to flirt with you. Yes. Because you knew your friend had strong feelings for him, right? I knew they were involved, yes. And they had been seeing each other. She had feelings for him for 2 years, right? Yes. And you also knew that there was a lot of other things that made you conflicted about this. For example, the person that was really close to him that you had a relationship with, right? Yes. And then you also talked about how he and your child's father also did not get along, right? Yes. And so when you did start your relationship with Mr. Combs, privacy, as well as you've said, some of the utmost importance, right? Yes. It was important that your relationship was essentially on the down low, right? Yes. Okay. So can we pull up for the witness and the party's defense exhibit? So more exhibits are pulled up. And Jane, this is tab 3 of your binder. And this is a short exhibit if you could review it. And can we show page 1, please? Only one. Okay. Um, and just let me know when you're done reviewing it. Okay. Okay. So is this a message between you and Mrs. Coram? Miss Coram? Yes. Uh, and from April 9th of 2021. Yes. All right. Okay, so we offered this under seal, Your Honor, I believe without objection. No objection from the government. Okay. The exhibits from the defense are admitted. All right. Let me say something real quick right here, because do you guys remember, if you've been following this to like the T, right? Jane Doe said that she met Diddy, that Diddy was involved with another friend, right? Do you guys remember that? Let me know in the comments if you remember that. She was involved, that, she had a friend and that friend was involved with Diddy. Okay. So then it kind of makes me wonder, well, what was the true nature of that relationship with what's the word with that other friend? Was she in the same position as Jane Doe? Did he also have a transactional type of relationship with Diddy? Because I go back to the Little Rodney Jones lawsuit, okay? I go back to the Little Rodney Jones lawsuit, and Little Rodney Jones lists Jane Doe, Jade, Carisha as S workers, right? Hey BJ, shout out to BJ, guys. Make sure you drop some hearts for BJ who's in the chat. So I have to kind of wonder, like, is it possible that this friend that Diddy was dealing with was also kind of in this little S group potentially, and maybe she got tired. She's like, I'm moving on. And then the friend got engaged. So the friend was engaged and dealing with Diddy too. Thank you for saying this. So it was kind of like this open situation ship almost. Wouldn't you say? She was in the same position, right? So, okay. I mean, that's it. That's an okay. All right. That's what I'm gonna say. All right. I never thought of that either until now that it's being clarified a little bit more. But okay. All right, let's keep going with this, guys. And shout out to everybody, guys. Thank you so much for keeping it cute in the chat. Keeping it cute in the chat. And shout out to my mods that are modding. Thank you, guys. And shout out to BJ. Make sure you guys are following. I know everybody here is following. What am I talking about? Okay, make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. Here we go. Garagos continues. You can show this to the jury. So this is about 4 months after your relationship starts with Mr. Combs, right? Yes. And you say to Miss Coram, KK, we got patted? Is it patted, right? Yes. And you were concerned that at the time, because nobody really knew you were in a relationship together? Yes. It was important for you guys that it essentially stayed on the down low because of many different reasons, right? I didn't want the public to know that we were in a relationship at that point. No. Okay. And you say to KK, can you have him call me, please? I don't know what to do. Yes. And KK says, when, where, right? Yes. And then you linked to a website about where you guys got patted, which means paparazzi, right? Yes. Ah, okay. I just learned a new word. So I guess when a celebrity says that you got patted or potted, patted, that basically that's the paparazzi that you've been photographed. That's interesting. Never heard that before. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So she's texting KK and saying, hey, we just got like ambushed by the paparazzi or something like that. And then you link. So questioning continues. And then you link to a website about where you guys got patted, which means paparazzi, right? Yes. Can we go to page 3 of the exhibits? And you say, I'm shaking, right? Yes. Because you were worried you didn't want to be out there in the open. You didn't want it to be public at the time, right? Yes. And KK responded, I showed him that there are other people in the picture that helps that's helpish. He said, "Don't panic. He has friends that come over to his house all the time." Right? Yes. And so you wanted at this point, did your friends know that you were in a relationship with him? No. And your child's father didn't know either, right? No. And the person close to Mr. Combs didn't know either, right? No. So it was important then that you keep your relationship private at that time, right? Yes. When when you were in Miami that trip, you talked about how one of the friends were that you were with wanted some rugs, and you weren't sure what those were, but you went with Mr. Combs to, I think you said, the studio or the guest house for him to get those, right? Yes, the studio. So you knew in November or December of 2020 that he would purchase those rugs, right? Yes. And then you asked, is it safe, right? Yes. And he kind of laughed and you said, right. He kind of laughed. You said, right? Yes. All right. And so you also testified that during the trip, you were drawn to him instantly. Do you remember that? Yes. You found that he was really hospitable. Yes. What kind of things did he do on the trip for all of you that you thought was really hospitable? I just could appreciate that he had like the time of the yacht pull up in the evening. So there was a yacht for all of you. Yes, in the evening. It came to the dock at Two Star Island. Yeah. And that was really fun. That was really nice. Yeah. And you found he was with you guys on the yacht, or was it just you and the girls? He was with us. So you thought he was really nice and really funny and really hospitable. Yes, I did. And then you guys started flirting with each other after that? Yes. Okay. So more exhibits are pulled up for the defense. And you say to him, this is December 1st of 2020. Is that right? Yes. You say, LOL, we had so much fun. And at some points, I felt like I couldn't be myself. Hold up. I didn't want to step on anyone's toes just in case you felt I was a little off, but just know the vibes were really great and you were a gentleman and your energy is addicting. I'm so happy I got to see this side of you. I had a lot of fun celebrating you. Love, and I hope you did too, right? Right? Yes. What was addicting about the trip, or what about his energy was addicting? Just charismatic, really charming, really funny. Okay. So if we go to page 17 of this exhibit, you can pull it side by side, 18. So if it's easy. Okay, so they're setting up the exhibits. Then he starts telling you, this is on the 7th. Come to Miami this weekend, right? Yes. So pretty soon after you first saw him, he's inviting you down there, right? Yes. Okay. So you go to Miami for a baby shower, right? Maybe a month later. I went to Miami for an event. Yeah. An event? Okay. Mhm. Oh, so this is where the tone kind of starts flipping a little bit. Okay? Okay. She says, "I went to Miami for an event." Yeah. And then Garagos answers, "An event?" Okay. She goes, "Mhm." And may I have and I may have made that up. I don't know where I got that. And he got a hotel that trip? Yes. Oh, okay. It's the tone, my it's the tone. It's the tone. What you mean you made that? Why did Tini Garagos say that? I may have made that up. I don't know where I got. And he got a hotel that trip. Yes. Mhm. Okay. Okay, and you ended up staying for about 5 days? Yes. And that was a really, really fun trip, right? It was. Did you fall in love with him on that trip? I was starting to fall for him pretty hard, yes. Okay. And we've told the government in the past that he seemed pretty excited, but also a little bit nervous on that trip, right? Yes. Why did you perceive him as being a little bit nervous? Well, later on, he told me that because we had our first initial big dinner, and then the next day he wanted to have more of a calm dinner. And he was telling me that he was just so excited to finally have this like time and date time with me, that he had overdone it with rugs and stuff, that he came in with like all this energy, and he felt like he kind of ruined it. But I was like, I was okay. I was okay with his energy. And so that's where I kind of now, after he revealed that, then I could see why he seemed a little nervousy in the beginning. Okay. Garrigo speaks. Your Honor, can we have a quick sidebar? Court says you may. Oh man. Okay, bring your sidebar drinks, okay? Because we're about to have a sidebar. All right. Bring your sidebar drinks because we're about to have a sidebar so early in the morning. What do they call that? What's that early drink? Is it a mimosa? I'm just joking. Let me and I promise y'all I'll acknowledge the chat here in a little bit, but I wanted to kind of get to the sidebar. Give me one sec. Okay. Mimosa and cheese mix. Sidebar. Gargo says, we have cough drops. Court says, we're checking on it right now. Miss Comey says, just so the record is clear, there's a juror who's coughing. Oh, God, we're having a sidebar about a juror who's coughing? What? What? I'm just now reading this, okay? I'm just now reading this. What? We have a cough drop. We're just checking on it right now. Just so the record is clear, there is a juror who is coughing. We've given the deputy a bottle of water. We've offered cough drops. The deputy is up there right now. He's talking to her. So one of the yeah, I was like, oh, we're here for the cheese man. It's a juror who's coughing. I'm done. We would take a break if she needs one. That's all I wanted to say because there's a lot of coughing. Fair. All right. Damn. Sorry. They needed to put that on the record that she's coughing. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all. You said the juror is sus? Come on now. All right, hold up. You said the coughing is communication with the dealer? Oh my God, y'all are crazy. But okay, we'll allow it. We'll permit it. Let me shout people out in the comments. Linda, listen, thank you so much for being a member. Shout out to you, Linda, or for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Pika has been a member for freaking 27 months. That's forever. Thank you, Pika. Streak to the like button. Y'all, please hit it and thank you. Savannah, thank you for this $19.99. Thank you for coming through with these transcripts. You are the best, Savannah. Thank you so much. Shout out to you, Savannah. And a lot of people are like, I want to know what happens next. We got to get these transcripts. Thank you, Savannah. Shout out to you. Pinche Becky has gifted 5 memberships. If you've been blessed by Pinche Becky or any people that gift on this channel, put some hearts in the chat. Thank you, Pinche Becky. Get her a Ricola. They give them a Ricola, okay? Which, by the way, I have those cough drops because I needed them. Okay, so we're back in open court. I think we're good to proceed. Wonderful, says Garagos. After this trip, you go to Turks and Caicos in the Bahamas with Mr. Combs, right? Yes. And I think you said you fell even deeper in your feelings on that trip, right? Yes. You said it was a lust-filled and passionate trip, right? Yes. You've talked a lot about Mr. Combs speaking about his fantasies and play during hotel nights. Did he speak about those things when you guys were making love or having S on the Turks and the Turks and Bahamas trip? I would say that watching Prawn started them pretty heavily, and then during our lovemaking, we would have a Prawn playing, and we would say little things at that time. What were those little things that he would even say even back then? Just he wanted me to focus on the man in the video, and would he play Prawn every time that you were making love on that trip? Yes. Here and there. It was a mix. But it started, you would say, on that trip. Yes. And that was February of 2021. Yes. And at the end of that trip, I think you said that he gave you money, but you didn't have to ask for it, right? Yes. And he sent you a wire of, I think, approximately 10,000. Yes. And you were really grateful, right? Yes. And you thought that was really nice. Yes. Because you had childcare and other things that you had to take care of, right? Yes. And so you accepted it when he gave it to you. Yes. All right. You also talked about a time that you took a large X pill on that trip, right? Yes. And once when you took that, you said you had a pretty bad reaction, right? Yes. And then KK helped you after that, right? Yes. And what did she do to help you with that bad reaction? She turned on the shower and got me in the shower, and everybody was kind of like around making sure that I was okay. Okay. Yeah. And even after you felt better from that bad reaction, how long until you took the next X? I would say maybe a couple of days later or so. And then and then when you took that on your own, right? Excuse me. And then you took that one on your own, right? He provided it to you, right? He provided it like a smaller dosage of it. And you took it, right? Yes. Okay. So more exhibits are admitted. She wants them side by side. Those aren't in the binder. She's letting people know. Tina Garagos continues. Have you looked at, before we start, this is E-161. Have you looked at this video before? Yes, I have. I have, yes. Okay. So more exhibits under sealed are admitted. No objection from the government. Okay. Could we play that for the jury and the parties? So there's a video that's under seal that's played. Did you take that video? I did. Is that in Turks or the Bahamas? This is in Turks. And that's the villa that you guys were staying in. Yes. And I noticed in that video you had a light colored nails, right? Yes. And that's something that you had even before the hotel night started, right? Yes. And that was the villa that they had people there giving you green juices, right? Yes. It it was a really nice villa, right? Yes. Okay. So more exhibits under sealed are admitted. No objection from the government. So it's a video that's playing. Okay. Where is this? This is portions of the trip in the Bahamas. What this portion of the trip was in the Bahamas. Is that you sitting with Mr. Combs? Yes. And that's the next villa that you stayed at. Yes. Okay. So if we can go for the witness and the parties only to E-165. Did you take this video? I did. Okay, with the government's exhibits, with the government's with the government's consent, more exhibits are admitted. No objection from the government. Miss Garrigo says, I don't think this needs to be under seal. Comey says, I agree, Your Honor. Okay, so in the court admits 165 that will be admitted. All right. Let's play. So there's a video and this is pertaining to a video. So is this Turks or Bahamas? This is Turks. And this is the one of the videos that you say you'd like to take of Mr. Combs when you were together. Yes. And you really enjoyed your time on the beach there. Yeah. Right? Yes. Okay. And then at the end of this trip, I think you testified that, or maybe you didn't, that he gave you a bags and shoes and a bracelet and money. Do you remember that? I believe it was before this trip, kind of, I think around the first time that we went to dinner, that 5-day Miami trip, there was shoes, bags, and a bracelet. That the bracelet. What was the bracelet? It was the LOVE. And did you pick that out? Yeah. I sent him a picture of it and he said to get it. So then he got you that bracelet? Yes. Then how many shoes did you get? I think it was like one pair of shoes and one bag. What was the bag? Bodega. And you were happy with those gifts, right? Yes. And at this time, when you guys were in Turks and the Bahamas, and even before, he had told you that he was seeing many women, right? Yes. Is that something that he was upfront with you about from the beginning? Yes. What did he tell you about seeing many women? He just expressed to me that he was dating, and he was just dating. And what term did he use to describe his dating life? Polyamorous. Oh, okay. Oh, mm, okay. All right. So it wasn't like, let me stop right here because I have a thought about this. It wasn't like Combs, Diddy said to her, um, I'm not a monogamous person, right? He literally said, what term did he use to describe his dating life? Polyamorous. It's a very specific thing to say. Okay. What do you guys think about that? You're giving, Miss Toby says, I'm giving them the side. Who are you giving the side eye to? The Jane Doe or who? Because I want to know if a man tells you, I date many people, and then he literally uses the term polyamorous, where do you guys stand with that? Hmm? Yeah, oh my God. Let me see, but like it's the way that you say shit that totally gets you out of here. I don't know, man. I had to put somebody on timeout, ban, whatever. You could say whatever you want, but just don't be stupid. Like, don't be saying something about just some derogatory shit. I had to block somebody. And I don't even like blocking people. I told you guys. Um, you said she probably didn't know what it meant. Okay. So you Google it. You Google it, right? You said even Pinche Becky's like, hey, I'm out this bitch. I'm running. Sorry, I'm cussing. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Okay. What happened? Did she research that word? I mean, everything else was researched. I have to kind of wonder. Hmm? He was honest about that part, right? Because he said she is saying that he used that word. Polyamorous. Okay. Um, okay. Red flag. Okay, okay, okay. Um, let's keep going. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Let's keep going. Give me 1 sec. Every time I stop, I lose my page. Hold up, y'all. I gotta find my page again. Let's go. Polly. Here it is. This page. This is what it is. Okay, done. It's page 103. Here we go. Okay. So, and what term did he use to describe his dating life? Polyamorous. And you were okay with that? I was okay with dating him, yes, and knowing that, yes. You didn't exactly love that he had multiple other girlfriends, right? At first, it wasn't something that I minded. I was just getting to know him too. But then later on it, as emotions grew deeper and feelings get deeper, and then of course, yeah, because you considered him a partner with your lover. right? Excuse me. Yeah, because you were, and he says you considered him your partner and your lover, right? Yes. And as you got some more and more in love with him, it was harder that he had a lot of other girlfriends, right? What was hard for me was the imbalance in treatment. When I walked into this relationship, I thought that, he was just evenly dating. And then as many more years pass, then, it was definitely difficult when there became a relationship that just publicly very looked like a monogamous committed relationship and that I didn't sign up for. I'll get to that relation. I know what you're talking about. I'll get to that in a little bit. But do you remember right after your Turks and Caicos trip, he had another girl fly in on a trip that he was on? I believe when I left. You're talking about when I left Bahamas? That's right. Yes. That he flew in for that hold up. I'm what? So after that Turks and Caicos trip, he flew in another girl? Says, but do you remember right after your Turks and Caicos trip, he had another girl fly in on a trip that he was on? She says, I believe when I left. You're talking about when I left Bahamas? That's right. Yes. And then he flew in a couple more girls. That was something that even then, okay, even though you weren't as deep in love with him as maybe later over the years, bothered you, right? Yeah, it was definitely something new to see. It was shocking even then. So that lavish trip, let me stop right here. That she took that Turks and Caicos trip. Um, he was flying in more girls even after she left. Okay. And so she says it here. Yeah, and then he flew a couple more girls. Then she's being asked, well, like that was something that bothered you. And she responds, yeah, it was definitely something new to me. It was shocking even then. She says, even then, because you had just had kind of a wonderful 20 days with him, right? Yes. And he was, from your perspective, so easily able to shift to another girl. Yes. And that hurt your feelings. Yes. Okay. And do you remember calling that woman some insults? Unfortunately, what kind of names would you call her? And I feel really badly about this. I understand. I really do love women. Back in the day, I was very colorful with my words. I would say that I called them a hoe, or I think that was the term I probably use most often. Did you ever use like brothel escort? Any time like that? All of those ugly things, yes. But because you were pretty jealous, right? Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was really was feeling my man and I wanted him to be mine. Because he's your lover? Yes. Okay. So then you talked about, later on in that relationship that he had a public relationship that looked from the outside to be a monogamous one and that he was really hurtful, right? That was hard. Yeah. That was really hard. So that was with someone named Young Miami or Carisha. Enter the chat. Carisha. Carisha has been mentioned here. Okay. And that would be on page 106. So she's asked, that was really hard. So was that with someone named Young Miami or Carisha? Right. Yes. And he started dating her after you? Yes. And how long after you? Probably, I don't really know, maybe 6 months to a year. Yeah. And that was really public he was really public in that relationship. Yes. And your relationship by contrast was very private, right? Yes. And so he would put her on Instagram, right? Yes. And she would put him on her Instagram, right? Yes. That was really hurtful. Yes. And that was hard to watch. Okay. And what was something that you Excuse me. And that was something that you, for lack of better term, fought over for a long time in your relationship once you started dating her. Yeah. It was definitely not something that I signed up for. I didn't sign up to date a man that was in a public relationship. And you told him that, right? Yes. And then he was also sometimes with this ex Gina, right? Yes. And that bothered you too, right? Yes. And someone named Jesse? Yes. And then that was one of the people that you talked about who he took to London and he took to Wyoming, right? Yes. And that was hurtful, right? Yes. And they got to go on those trips. Yes. With Carisha or Young Miami, when he put her on out in the public, he was also kind of showering her with gifts very publicly. Yes. Like you had seen that he had gotten her a Maybach, right? Yes. And you were really upset about that because you weren't getting the same type of gifts. Mhm. Probably yes. And then you asked for a Van Cleef necklace and a bracelet, right? Yes. And so then he got that from you. Hold up. And so then he got that for you, right? Yes. Because you wanted, as you said, it was the imbalance of a relationship. You wanted something really nice as well. Yes. So we've got to talk a little bit about your jealousy. But would you also say that Mr. Combs was very jealous? Yes. Very possessive? Yes. Can you explain? You talked about Bear yesterday, and that was somebody who gave you 9,000 in about January of 2024, right? Yes. And you hadn't even met this person, right? I hadn't met him. I had met him many years ago. Okay. So, let me stop right here because I'm having a reaction. I kind of want to have it publicly. Um, Young Miami, Jesse, sometimes Gina. Um, it sounds like he was dealing with a lot of women, and there might have been maybe like this is the part where she's maybe kind of trying to figure out, like, okay, like I'm trying to settle with this guy. I have a house. This is his house. Like this idea of just trying to settle with him to a certain degree. And he's not necessarily wanting the same, and it's not like he's not telling her like, hey, I don't want the same. This is the question that, and I think where a lot of people struggle. It doesn't take away at all from the things that she's been through, but I do have to kind of wonder, if I'm a juror, if you guys are in the jury and you're reviewing this, how do you see this witness to be credible? That's the question, right? That is she a s trafficking victim based on the things that are being laid out here? That's the question that I have for you guys. And you guys let me know in the chat because I think that some people may have like some preconceived notions of what an s trafficking victim looks like versus, how they should be treated, whether they have money, whether they don't, whether they're in the limelight. Is this a situation where this man just had multiple women? Okay. And then at certain times he would give gifts to certain ones. Some of them would be bothered by others. I do wonder if Carisha was bothered by Jane Doe or if Gina was bothered by other people. That's what I do wonder. I know that at some point Cassie was bothered by Gina, but by then she had already left. So I kind of have to wonder, where do you guys stand with that? Honestly, like traditional, there's some people that are okay with this kind of arrangement. Think about it. I mean, you have your Ashley Madisons, you have this kind of stuff that plays out publicly, but this isn't the man that you're going to have tied down. Like this isn't that's not this man. Okay? He's not you he doesn't want that. This man has never been married, okay? Even when I mean, it just historically, he hasn't had a great history. But I do kind of wonder where you guys land with this. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. And shout out to everybody that has kept it cute in the comments. Okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to everybody. Hold up, y'all. Okay, let's keep going. But you didn't meet. So they're talking about Bear, but you didn't meet. I guess you didn't meet him in January of 2024 time period when he gave you that 9,000, right? Yeah, that's correct. So when Mr. Combs Okay. But you didn't meet. I guess you didn't meet him in January of 2024 time period when he gave you that 9,000, right? Yeah, that's correct. So when Mr. Combs found out about this, he was extremely jealous, right? Yes. And he was kind of going over and over and over again in his mind. Excuse me. And he was kind of going over and over and over and over again in his mind. Yes, he was rumorating. Okay. Because he didn't want this his woman to be with another guy. And in his mind, you were with another guy. Yes. Objection from the government. You weren't with Bear, right? I was not with Bear. But in his mind, he thought that, right? Objection from Comey. The court says sustain. That's sustain. It's a confusing question. Okay, court says that's sustain. It's a confusing question. He was very jealous of the Bear situation, right? Objection, says the government. That's sustain. Huh. It's a couple of objections there. Okay. Did you perceive him as being very jealous of Bear when he found out about the 9,000? Yes, I perceived him to be very jealous about that. Okay. You spoke when you saw Mr. Combs get those, meet the dealer for the lack of better term in Miami in November, and then you had took started taking the X in Turks and Caicos in 2021. You knew that Mr. Combs would use a lot of rugs, right? Objection. Government objects to form. Objection to form. It's overruled, says the court. At that point, she says, and she answers. At that point, I didn't really know how much he consumed rugs, but I know that he consumed them. I didn't know like the quantity or anything. Okay. You just knew that he consumed them. Yes. Do you remember telling the government that after, oh, hold up. Okay. Objection to form. Hold up. Where did we leave off? Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. So this says, do you perceive him to be very jealous of Bear when he found out about the 9,000? Yes, I perceive him to be very jealous about that. Okay, you spoke when you saw Mr. Combs get those meet the dealers, for lack of a better term, in Miami in November. And then you had started taking the X in Turks and Caicos in 2021. You knew that Mr. Combs would use a lot of rugs, right? Objection to form overruled, says the court. At that point, I really didn't know how much he consumed rugs, but I know that he consumed them. I didn't know like the quantity or anything. Okay. You just knew that he consumed them. Yes. Do you remember telling the government that after just about 2 to 3 dates, you already thought that he was sad, depressive, and had shaky hands? Yes. It was actually one of our second date on our way to Turks. When I was on the plane, I was facing him and I could see just in his eyes, I could see his hands and his teeth. And I could see that he wasn't taking good care of himself, maybe on the surface, but not internally. What about his eyes made you feel that way? I feel like he was developing jaundice. I feel like his gums were gray, probably from rug use. And I felt like that his hands probably were shaky, probably from over consuming alcohol. Girl, what? What? Okay. Do you remember speaking to him about wanting him to go to rehab when you initially started dating him? Yes, absolutely. What did you tell him? I told him that we should actually take a trip to Thailand I know of a rehabilitation center that my friend's parents go to that's really nice. And it was like a 30-day program. And what was his reaction in any way to that? He was like, "What the hell? You think I need rehab?" And what did you tell him? I said, "Well, yeah. Like, why not? Look, look at you." Okay. At what point in the relationship was this before Turks? Was it after Turks that you told him that? I believe it was probably during Turks. So when you said, "Look at you," well, this was a faint memory. She responds, "Okay." But we have a lot of jokey banter, so I don't know, she says. Is it fair to say you wanted him to be a lot healthier? Definitely. And you were pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy, right? You work out? Yes. You eat well? Yes. You eat your fruits and vegetables? Yes. So you wanted him to work out and to eat well, right? Yes. And you drink tea, is that fair? Yes. And you wanted him to drink tea instead of coffee, perhaps? Yes. And you wanted him to focus on the good parts of bettering himself, right? Absolutely. That's part of why you wanted him to go to rehab as well. Yes. And so you felt at the beginning that he was a drug addict, a rug addict? Right. I felt that in the beginning. I didn't really know how to label it. I just felt like I encountered somebody that was overdoing the party. And is that because, for example, in Turks, he was taking X almost every day? I would say, in that time, I would say that he was more celebratory. But then as our relationship continued, I noticed a very strong pattern, and I didn't even really label it as a rug addict. I think now I would say that, but then I would just say that he was really a big party guy. Okay. Do you remember saying that your friend dated Frank, the butler? Excuse me, hold up. Okay, do you remember saying that your friend dated Frank, the butler? Yes. And that Frank had indicated if you would recommend a certain health protocol, he would follow it for a few days. Yes. So you would recommend those protocols to him? Yes. What kind of protocols would you recommend? Well, I would recommend just like things like his digestive system. I would recommend other types of sleep aids so that he would stop consuming the really hardcore sleep aids. I would just try to recommend anything for him that didn't rupture just like his natural well-being. And you knew that Mr. Combs was also taking an antidepressant, right? Later on, I found out, yes, maybe close to the end, a little bit, but they were actually antidepressants. Do you remember telling the government that he couldn't stop cold turkey? Yes, right. So you wanted to get him off the Xanax and the antidepressants and the Prozac and all those prescriptions, right? Yes, as you just listed them. I didn't even know a lot of them, but yes, he was in a lot of things, and I just wanted him to get back to his natural form and his natural state. Okay. Um, Court speaks. Miss Garagos, when you get to a good spot, why don't we take a break? Okay. Garagos speaks. Can I just ask 3 more questions? Of course, says the court. Okay. You thought that he couldn't really handle the war in his mind. Have I said that before? Is that She stops. Garagos interrupts her. Do you remember saying that he couldn't handle the war in his mind? Those sound like my words, yes. And do you remember even one time during a hotel night, you spoke to him about him wanting to get ketamine therapy? Oh, yes. He mentioned that he wanted to do the K therapy. And you thought that may help him with his depression. Actually, he was telling me about K therapy and all his research, and he found out about, and he was like telling me about what it was. And is that something that you were encouraging also? I highly doubt it. Yeah. Okay. But he was telling you that he wanted to get K therapy and was doing the research on it, right? Yes. Okay. Garrigo says, Your Honor, I could stop right here. The court says we'll take a 15-minute break and be back. Okay. All right. So the jury leaves, and this is a 15-minute break. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me see if there's something that they're going to address on the break when the jury's not present. Okay. Okay. So the court speaks to the witness. I'm sure Miss Comey told you this, but we're not to have any conversations with the government. She says, thank you. Okay, Miss Comey, anything else rises during the break? Okay. Let's see. Anything else to raise during the break? Let's see. So Garagos, this was a break, 15-minute breaks, and Garagos basically says that they could stop at 3 today. Tomorrow's also a short day, and would also, I think, would still give me sufficient time, and all the Thursday is needed. I'm seeing nods from the front. Okay, so they were talking about the scheduling. So we're gonna skip that. We really don't need to get in all that. We got to go back to cross-examination as it continues on 117. Okay, here we go. Huh. Hit the like button. Hold up. Let me see. Where's everybody at? Did y'all support the channel? Shout out to everybody that's supporting the channel. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Let me look at my phone real quick before I get back and clear my throat too. Here we go. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat, and shout out to my mods. Thank you, mods, for keeping it cool in the chat. Shout out to everybody for keeping it cute too. Okay. Miss Garagos starts. Hi again, Jane. Hi, Mrs. Garagos. Wait, Garagos? It's a hard one. Okay, so let me just say, even the way that they're greeting themselves, I mean, we're not there in the courtroom. God, this would be different in the courtroom, right? But the way that they're greeting each other, Jaime, so they have met each other a couple times, by the way, for those that don't know. This Jane Doe has met Diddy's legal team before a couple of times. So they're kind of going back and forth on like the name, and you kind of notice, I think that things kind of start getting heated up even between them too. So that's interesting. I think even now we're starting to notice this. Okay. Let's see. Garagos says, it's a hard one. When you just ended, when we just ended, we're talking about how he had wanted to get K therapy. I'll just shift for a second. I think you said earlier that taking care of Mr. Combs was one of your favorite parts of the relationship, right? Yes. You love that quality time with him, right? Yes. And so after these hotel nights or times when you would just go over to his house on Mapleton, you could be in his bedroom with him. Would you have quality time with him during those times? Yes. Can you explain what you said you got to watch Dateline? I think it was. Yes. And that was his favorite show? Yes. Would you watch other movies? Every once in a while, he'd put on something different maybe, and then we also talked about your house before you. Excuse me, hold up, let me stop. She says every once in a while he put on something different maybe, then Teeny Garrigo says, and then he also talked about your house before the break. And there were times that he came over to your house where you would have drinks and hang out and do a movie night, right? He would come over, and it would usually lead to a majority of the time one of these nights. But there were times where it wouldn't be one of these nights, right? I can only recall maybe like once. Do you remember telling the government that there were at least 2 times where after you moved in, you would have drinks, hang out, and do a movie night? Maybe 2? Okay. But you also spoke yesterday about a time where he told you he was going to have surgery and you felt really bad, right? Yes. And did he have surgery, one or more than one surgery throughout your relationship with him? I believe it was one surgery. And after that surgery, did you go to his home? And when he had downtime, assist him and take care of him and make sure he was comfortable? Yes. And you assisted him with his crutches? Yes. And you just made sure that he wasn't in pain and that he was okay, right? Yes. And you liked that quality time with him, right? Yes. Because he was your partner and your lover and you wanted to take care of him, right? Yes. And those things with him were sacred to you. Yes, they were. And you really, really wanted to please him, right? Yes. You wanted him to be happy. Yes. You mentioned a few times on direct examination that there were times that he felt bored of you. You thought he felt bored. You would mention having an entertainer come, right? In that instance. In that one instance where he seemed bored? Yeah. Because you wanted him to be excited and feel fulfilled, right? Yes. Do you remember telling the government that you deeply loved him and enjoyed just about every minute with him during the hotel nights? I, yeah, during the hotel nights, that portion of me and him, yes, I love that part of me and him. And can you just explain that little bit? That that part. That after a round would be done, or after all the entertainers, or one or two of the entertainers would leave, it was just time together. I would say when we would initially first meet at the hotel, we would have some alone time. And that was one of my favorite parts. And then the next favorite part would then, okay, let me stop you then. And then we'll go into it. How long would that alone time be? I would say it could vary 30 minutes to an hour. Really just the time before the entertainer comes. All right. What would you do during the 30 minutes to an hour? He would either just we would either just have drinks or start taking an X pill, or we would make love or halfway make love. Okay. And would there be a drinks set up like champagne and other types of alcohol, or just normal beverages too, non-alcoholic? Yes. And then you would like that time to connect with him, right? Yes. And so that could last for like 30 to an hour, right? Yes. But it could also last longer than that, right? At times it has. Yeah. I interrupted you when you were about to get to the next part. Oh, just that whenever it was just that moment that we would start making love, was that the moments that I really enjoyed in these nights with him. And then how long after an entertainer would leave did you guys would end up going to his home, either in Bel Air or Miami? Give me one sec. Let me reread that again. And then how long after an entertainer would leave did you guys then end up going to his home, either in Bel Air or Miami? I would say after one of these nights, yes. Okay, sorry about that. She answers, I would say after one of these nights, I guess we would just be together ourselves, and we would then have that time to just have for each other, and then we would go to one of the residents. Would you guys during this time together, I know you said he was really tired, but you guys would talk and express feelings to one another during, before we would go to the residence, or after? After, I would say yes. Sometimes we would even continue. And then what about before, it would be like ending together in the hotel and then moving to onto a residence, just like me and him, and then we would have time together, that time together. Do you remember telling the government that during these nights, he was really good about being with you and being in your head and giving you the attention that you craved during these nights? Yes. And what he would cater to you. And excuse me, and that he would cater to you. Yes. How would he cater to you? I guess it was just the intention and the affection that he would give you the compliments that you wanted while in those rooms. Yes. Hold up. She responds, I guess it was just the attention and the affection. Then she says, Garagos asks, and what would he give you the compliments that you wanted while in those rooms? She says, yes. Did he give you affection outside of the rooms? In what context do you mean? You enjoyed his affection, right? Yes. And so when there were times that he came to your house and there wouldn't be men there or entertainers, he gave you affection as well, right? Yeah, yeah. Was it on a heightened level during these nights? It was not like that affection. He's not that affectionate. He's more larger than life and inspiring, but not as affectionate when it's not during these nights. I would say he's the most affectionate during these nights. Okay, got it. You testified that about November of 2021, you realized that this was just becoming the dynamic of that relationship, right? Yes. Okay. And do you remember telling the government that you accepted the dynamic at that time because you just wanted any amount of time with him? I accepted the dynamic as far as that's a little fuzzy for me. Yeah. I guess I kind of knew that I was seeing this was becoming, and I was already hooked onto the love, and I just kind of was going with it. Okay. Garrigo speaks. And do you remember telling the government in one or your meetings with them that you felt you couldn't say no because you wanted to prove yourself and to make him happy and to be what the one he desired? Yes. And why is that? Because I loved him very much and I liked making him happy and I liked to make him happy and satisfy him. You perceive these nights as things that could easily that could satisfy him, right? I knew that this is what he liked. Yes. Okay. Do you remember telling the government that he would say that you guys didn't have to do anything and that he didn't need these nights and that he would be defensive whenever you brought up his feelings? Yes. Okay. Hold up. Taking a water break. Okay, hold up. Let me shout out Constance. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is it Sneeze? I want to say your name. Is it Sneezy Girl? Sneaksy Girl? Thank you so much. He offered a polyamorous relationship and made her a schmex worker. That's not polyamorous. Thank you. It's a good point. Well, take it. He offered her a polyamorous relationship. She didn't necessarily, maybe she didn't know what that was, but that doesn't necessarily make her an S worker. Sounds like he just had multiple people around. I mean, women. But thank you so much for this. Come Get This Commentary has been a member for freaking 35 months. That is forever. Thank you, Kiva, for supporting my channel. Shout out to Kiva, guys. Make sure you guys are checking out Come Get This Commentary, the channel. She also does commentary on various things, various topics. Thank you, Kiva. Okay, let's see. Shout out to everybody. Okay. Let's keep going. So then the question, Garagos continues questioning. Okay. And that's when he would tell you he didn't need these. You knew deep down that he did. Yes. Okay. So he knew when you would leave or have a break with him, he knew how to make you feel better. Objection from the government. Sustain. Do you remember telling the government that he knew how to make you feel better? Objection, says the government. Court response. I think you need to rephrase the question. Okay, thanks, Your Honor. Okay. I think we're going to finish this before the hearing today. Whew, okay. Shout out to us. I think we're going to get there. We might finish this whole thing today before the hearing. Okay, questioning continues. Do you remember that there were times where you would voice something to him and that he knew how to get you to come back, essentially? Objection, vague and time frame, says the government. Questioning continues by Ms. Garagos. All right. Starting in August of 2023, do you remember voicing certain things to him and he would be defensive in response? Objection, sustain. Okay. All right. Uh, do you, let me move on. Do you remember telling the government that Combs was driven by desire and you were driven by your love of him? Objection. Government objects again. Court says overruled. She responds, driven by his desire? Is there more like driven by, it was more like driven by, excuse me, Garrigo speaks. If you don't remember, it's fine. Do you remember saying you were driven by your love of him? Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. I want to go back to the beginning of the relationship. You talked a lot about the red lights and the oils and the X during these nights. Before you had your first hotel night with him in May of 2021, would he use red lights and oils outside of that first night, hotel night? Yes, in our relationship, he would have them also at his residence. Okay. So this was not something that was exclusively used for hotel nights. Right. Okay. So after the first time that you met him and Don, or that you met Don, I should say, in May of 2021, did you start doing research on his lifestyle, on this lifestyle? In the middle of our relationship, I think maybe 2022, I came up upon a word called, because I was just trying to figure out my relationship. I came up upon a word that was called a rooster holder. I can't say the word. Y'all know what I'm talking about, okay? He was a cupboard holder, a rooster, okay? And what is that? Asked Comey. Excuse me, Teeny Garagos. That is a man who is in a relationship with a woman and he's turned on watching his woman having schmecks with another man. And so you came upon that word while researching what was going on in your relationship? That's correct. Okay. And so is that what was that the word? So what did that word mean to you when you were researching it? What did that mean to you? That word meant to me, well, I was just trying to understand what was going on. So I guess what did that word mean to me? I was just like, this is spot on. Okay. And you were researching what a rooster is. Yes. And so you learn what you just said the definition was. What else did you learn about this? I was just trying to kind of deep dive on all the reasons why they had derived so much pleasure from watching their women be with other men. And so, what effect did that have on you? It gave me more of an understanding. Okay. And what were some of those reasons? Objection from the government. I'm not sure if it's calling for hearsay, Your Honor, says Comey. Garrigo speaks. Effect on the listener, Your Honor. Court speaks. I don't think the question is calling for hearsay, but maybe you can rephrase the question to avoid the objection. Miss Garrigos speaks. I think my question was, what effect did it have on you? And I think the court speaks. Well, that wasn't the question, but why don't you get a fresh question and we'll see if there's an objection. Garrigos continues. What was your understanding? You said that it helped you get an understanding. How did it help you get an understanding? I just wanted to know why my partner wanted so much of these nights and what was driving him. I was just trying to find an understanding of it, and he wasn't vocal about. And so what was your understanding that you learned? I mean, there was a multiple list of reasons. One of them was that the Rooster derives pleasure seeing his woman receive from the other man, and a few other things. What were some of the other things? I'm going to object at this point, says the government. Court says that's overruled. Oh, okay. She answers, Jane Doe. Some of the other things were that roosters could also have a real curiosity they're too ashamed to experience themselves. So they use the woman to venture out in this curiosity without actually doing the act itself. Bingo! Right here, Diddy. This is all you. Sorry, y'all. This is what we've been talking about. All right. I'm sorry I had to break from character. That right there, my friends, that's what we've been talking about. We said we think he's DL, and so that he's using the woman to kind of like live that fantasy through her, right? He doesn't really care for her. Like that's not he doesn't. But there you go. And that's spot on. This is what we were talking about a couple days ago, okay? Bingo. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I had to ban somebody. Let's see. Maybe you need to like go take a nap or something. Put a user on timeout. Maybe you could take a day nap and then come back when you're feeling a little bit better. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going because this is too much, y'all. I told you guys, if you guys don't go back and forth with each other, y'all. If you don't like people's opinions, block each other. There's like 3 little dots right there. We're not here to referee. You guys are entitled to your opinion, but keep it cute. That's all we got to say. Okay, let's keep going. I'm laughing because this is exactly what it was. She nailed it right there. All right. Okay, so that was Jane Doe's response. And Teeny Garagos answers. And did you ever say that he was using the word voyeurism in the wrong way? Did you learn? Actually, let me strike that. Okay. Did you ever learn about the word voyeurism? I didn't dive too deep on that word, but he liked to use the word voyeurism and escapism. That's a different word. Okay. And did you ever research? Did you ever research if you did the word voyeurism or escapism? No, I think I had more of I would use the word rooster for him more so. Okay. And so when you guys started these hotel nights and an entertainer would come, I think you said that the first 30 minutes to an hour, he just, you and him, time and time that you cherished, right? Yes. And then the entertainer would come, right? Yes. Did you spend time and did he spend time talking and laughing with the entertainer? Yes. I think you had mentioned some of them you grew fond of, like Paul. Yes. And so would you guys talk and laugh with that person? Yes. And so would you guys just have conversations? Yes. How long did that last? Conversations? Yeah. Before the actual activity or the play, I think you mentioned, or even the time where you would dance or pour oil on yourself, how long would the talking and just the conversation last? Not too long, maybe like 15, 20 minutes. And that kind of question and conversation, what kind of question and conversation would you have? I would just strike up like small conversations, asking them like how they're doing and what they've been new with them, what's been new with them. And then at that point, would you already be in the lingerie and the heels? Yes. Would you change into that right when you got into the room or at what point? I would say as soon as I got to the hotel room. Okay. How long would, and I think we talked about a pattern. So I'm just asking generally I'll do what Miss Comey did. Between May of 2021 and October 2023, how long would the time when you were in lingerie and heels would you be dancing? How long did that period last? Dancing? Yes. I would say I would dance for like 15 to 20 minutes also. Would you guys play music? Yes. Did you did you have a playlist that you liked? Yes. Okay. And you spoke on direct how you were really good at making everybody think that you wanted to be there, right? Yes. And you were very sweet to the entertainers. Yes. And you would ask them questions about themselves? Yes. You asked Mr. Combs about himself, right? Yes. And you guys were all laughing and joking and talking to one another, right? Yes. And then you talked about how there would be play, and then fantasy, the talk for hours and hours and hours, right? Yes. And I think you testified that that was what you perceive to be Mr. Combs' favorite part of the night. Yes. And then you said the actual act of S was a lot shorter, right? At times, it could vary. It would be shorter or longer. Some could last for a very, very long time. Okay. So that was not that varied. The length of S varied. Yes. Okay. And then you talked about filming these. You were okay with it being filmed, right? Yes. And then you said that they were just for you and him, right? Yes. You understood that he didn't want anybody else to have them either, right? Yes. And that was part of you and him ended up getting your own phone for these, right? Yes. Because you wanted to make sure that nobody could get a hold of these recordings. That's right. Oh, because you said it was easy to get into his phone, right? Yes. You liked that. You and Mr. Combs could watch these videos back and that he would get pleasure out of it, right? I did not like that part. That was just a part of the relationship, but yeah. You testified about a movie screen that you got him for his birthday in 2023, right? Yes. And you said that that was to watch either prawn or to watch some of these videos, right? Yes. Whatever he wanted to watch on it. And you knew that one of the things that he was going to watch on it was your videos, right? Yes. And you like making your partner happy. I did. And you knew that he would derive pleasure from watching these videos, right? Yes. And so you put a good show for him in these videos because you knew that he would watch them back, right? Yes. Okay. He was always very happy in these hotels, right? Yes. And she says, question continues. Okay, and charming. You said charming and loving. Yes. And would you ask him questions like, do you want me to do this or do you want me to do that when you were with these entertainers? Yes. And tell me why you did that just to turn him on. You knew that the things that you could say during these nights would turn him on. Yes. And you kind of set ground rules in these rooms. I think you talked about your ground rules were that no entertainers could use rugs, right? Yes. Could you tell us a little bit about why? I just didn't want to have a stranger be out of their mind in a very vulnerable environment with me. And you also talked about condominiums and how you asked twice for men to wear condominiums, right? I would say yes. The first time we listened to that recording of Don, right? Yes. And ultimately, after that, he was given a condominium to wear, right? In that very first time with Don, there was a condominium that was given. Yes? Okay. Hold up. The question was, and ultimately after that, he was given a condominium to wear, right? She responds, in the very first time with Don, there was a condominium that was given. Yes. Okay. You testified earlier that Sean decided when a hotel night would end early, right? Yes. And that was something you would give him subtle cues when you wanted them to end. Yes. And in his response, you said there was the hold up. And in his response, you said was let's end on a high note, right? Yes. What did that mean to you? It meant that he wanted more. And he wanted to end on a high note meant that he wanted more. Yes. And what would you say in response to that? I would say just do it. You wouldn't stop it? No. Okay. So there were a few instances that we talked about, and I'll just lead you through these quickly, where you did voice that you wanted something to end, right? Yes. And then he listened. In some rare occasions, yes. But did you remember telling the government that there were a few instances where you wanted a hotel night to end early and it would end? Yes. Okay. And you said when you became more vocal about your feelings about this, he respected that, right? Yes. Okay. So we just looked at bring up government's exhibits to evidence. There was this individual, right? She responds, Jane Doe. Yes. All right, we could take that down. You said you were immediately repulsed by him, right? Yes. And he did not look nice. He smelled. Uh-huh. Just for the court reporter, you have to say yes or no. Yes. You told Mr. Combs, I'm not attracted to him, right? That's right. And he said, are you sure? Basically, then said no worries and dismissed the man, right? No, he didn't say no worries. I was with this man for about, I would say, another hour or two. And he took some time, and Sean could see that this really wasn't, there was no chemistry at that time. And he was finally okay, okay. Do you remember testifying that Mr. Combs said no worries? Yeah, like at the last hour or so of trying to get that going. And it was just, it just didn't work. And he left, right? Yes. Okay. And if we could bring up government's exhibits, so more exhibits are brought up for evidence. This was another one of the individuals that you dismiss, also, right? Yes. All right. If we could take that photo down, says Teeny Garagos. You told Mr. Combs you did not find this man attractive, right? Yes, I think the word was repulsed. Yes. After two times, I think you cut off. I just want to make sure the record is clear. Yes, I told him two times. Okay. So you went out with him, Mr. Combs, into two different rooms first, right? Yes. And then you gave it another go. Yes. And then you got him into the room again, right? Yes. And then you said, I'm repulsed by this man. Yes. And you said Mr. Combs seemed a little agitated and then he let him go, right? Yes. And then you talked about an Italian man in New York where there was also, you also dismissed him, right? Yes. And that was the same New York trip that was September of 2023 that we discussed yesterday, right? Yes. And that was the trip where you guys went to a lounge after you had landed. Yes. And while you were there in the air, Mr. Combs sent you a link to Cowboys for Angels person, right? Yes. And you said that you felt so much anxiety on the plane flight, right? I did. And then when you went into the Trump hotel later that evening, this man was there, the Italian you called him, right? Yes. But you did not want to participate with them, right? Yeah. And so after that happened, after you saw him and after you saw him, you dismissed him, right? Yes. And Mr. Combs said, "Okay, yes." And even though you thought he might be agitated, right? Yes. And then it was after that you were feeling badly and you texted Cabral, right? There was an unspoken kind of like how you like, what's the plan B? Like, what are we going to, I don't know, like, how are we going to make this up? There was an undertone of that. So you just said it was unspoken. There were certain energies that were needed to be someone there else in the room. So I took it upon myself to message Cabral. So you felt an energy, but he didn't say anything, right? Well, he would say things like, what's the plan B? Or what else? What else? Like, what else? So, me being just that understanding that I understand my partner, I knew what that meant. So this Italian man came to the Trump hotel. This was the same person he had texted you about, right? Yes. You were not attracted. No. You dismissed him. After some time, yes. And that energy and the undertone was there should somebody else, right? And the energy and the undertone was there should be somebody else, right? Yes. And then you reached out to Cabral? Yes. All right. You also testified on direct examination about your teeth. Do you remember that? Yes. The government had asked you whether this was, I think, this was right after the Turks trip, right? After the Turks trip was when I got the teeth. Yes. Or which Turks trip, she says. After the second Turks trip in 2023. I think so. Okay. Maybe. Okay, questioning continues from Tini Garagos. And the government got up and said, questioned you and said that he did not like your teeth, right? Yes. Objection. Objection from the government. I can rephrase. All right. Okay, let me put a marker here so I can take a drink of water. Give me 1 sec, guys. I got to get some water. I got to refill because I've been reading for a good almost 2 hours. Give me 1 sec. Okay, hold up. Let me shout out some people. SFRB71, thank you so much for this $4.99 super sticker. I really appreciate it. Hey, thank you for everybody who has supported. Let's keep going because we're gonna keep pushing through as best as we can. Hopefully we get this done today, my friends. And that way we're ready for the hearing. Okay, we'll be ready for the hearing. All right. Consider supporting. I have all my pay links up there. If you guys can support, I really appreciate it. What else? Hold up. Do I need to shout anybody else out? Thank you guys for those that have supported. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Make sure you guys are sharing too and hitting that like button. Where are the likes at? We got 2,000 people in the chat. Do we have 1,000 likes? Let me see. Can we get to 1,000 likes, please? And thank you. I'd appreciate it. It's not hard to get to 1,000 likes. You guys are here. Please hit the like button. I really would appreciate it. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay. Here we go. Mom. Okay. Miss Garagos continues with the questioning after the objection. So they're talking about teeth. Okay. Do you remember testifying that it was because Mr. Combs did not like your teeth? Yes. Okay. You previously said that he was right, that you loved your teeth now, right? I do. Okay. And from what you understand, are you familiar with people getting veneers? Is this bizarre behavior to get veneers? Objection from the government. Overruled. It's not bizarre behavior. No. This was something you're okay with, right? Yes. And so you got them, right? Yes. Okay. So if we could admit into evidence more exhibits from the defense. If we can go to page, give me 1 sec. If we can go to page 15, please. I'm sorry, go to page 12. He says, so they give natural. I can't really see. I can't really see. So they give natural, right? Yes. What does that mean? They give natural. It means around this time I probably got temporaries. What does I'm sorry. What does the term mean they give or could you explain for those of us who don't know what gives? Yeah. Natural means. He's just asking if the veneers look natural. Okay, because it was important that your teeth look natural and very good. Yes. And that was important to you too, right? Yes. Okay. If you could take that down and you testify that you love them, right? Yes. Okay. And then you talked about your areas piercing that you got, right? Yes. And that was Miss Corum's help. Miss Corum helped set that appointment for you. Yes. And did she go with you? No. You went by yourself? Yes. And you made that decision to do that, right? After my partner requested it? Yes. And then you made the decision to go, right? Yes. And you made the decision to get it done. Yes. And then you made the decision to take them out, right? Yes. Because it snagged and it hurt? Yes. Okay. We also talked a lot about X in the hotel rooms and otherwise. You were willing to do rugs with him, right? Even though that wasn't part of your daily occurrence. My partner had rugs around and he would encourage me to take them. So he already see me and be like, here, how old were you at this time? I was 35. Yeah. And when he would say here, or when they were around, you would take them, right? I would take them. Yes. I think we've talked about several different types of rugs that you use while you were in the relationship with Mr. Combs. You said, for example, you tried K, but you didn't like it, right? Yes. You decided you weren't going to take K anymore, right? Right. And then you talked about Coca-Cola. You tried it maybe one or two times, I think you said. Yes. And you did not like Coca-Cola, so you didn't take it. Coca-Cola, that was like just around also too, but so you had Coca-Cola around, right? Yes. But you decided after those two times that you took it, that you didn't really like it. Not really, no. Okay. So you decided not to take it anymore. Right. Okay. You talked about, but you decided to take X. And then we also heard about the liquid rug that you took that we talked about yesterday. Yes. And can you also tell us why you liked or why? Hold up 1 minute. Hold up, y'all. Sorry. Um, the TV's really loud. Okay. And can you tell us why you liked or why you preferred X over the rugs? I feel like the X made me feel extremely sensual and liberated, and it just helped me get through these nights with men as well. You took X with Mr. Combs, even though there weren't men there, right? With Mr. Combs? Yes. Sorry. Yes. When I was okay. Yes, when I was with Mr. Combs, we would also take X, just me and him as well. On some occasions, yes. Okay. And so it was not like not only when you were in hotel nights or with other men that you would take X, right? Yes. Okay. And it made you feel liberated. Can you explain that? Yes, it just got me out of my mind, not think too much and just kind of focus on the actual energy and just being really actual into the moment. Okay. From your when you say X, Mr. Combs was doing it as well with you, right? Yes. From your perspective, how was Mr. Combs on X? I felt that he was him. He was just happy, charismatic, and just big energy, actual high. I think you previously said that he wasn't in his normal life, or when he wasn't on X, he was perhaps maybe a little bit more aggressive. Oh, I see. I feel when I would see him before the X, he would seem a bit agitated or just kind of stressed from the day. And I feel like once he took X, he was more upbeat, happy, in a good mood. It softened him. Yes. Was he more did you observe him to be a little bit more creative on it? Creative? Yes. I would say he would listen to music and have these good creative thoughts. And how long in your experience would an X high last? I would say kind of had to like from one pill, he would break them up and just vary it at the points in the nights. I would say I would take like a little pill every 2 or 3 hours up until like the final kind of moment or whatever. Okay. So how many a small portion of one pill, is that right? Yeah. So it's not like an entire pill like the one that you took in Turks and Caicos. It's a smaller portion of a pill, of one pill. It varied. Sometimes I would take a big pill, and then sometimes okay. Okay. So she says it varied. I would take small, sometimes I would take big pill, and then sometimes I would be broken down. It kind of varied. You talked about there was a couple of times at the hotel nights you where you cried. Do you remember that? There were 2 times in particular. Yes. And the first time you were on the bed and you cried and he didn't know what was wrong, right? Yes. And you wanted him to hold you and be there with you. I just wanted him to leave me after that type of night. Excuse me. I just didn't want him to leave me after that type of night. And then he didn't, right? He moved what he needed around. Yes. What and he held you? Yeah. You testified that he sat with you and held on to you, right? Yes. And you held on to him, right? Yes. And he provided that support that you needed at that time, right? Yes, and he was also on X at that moment as well. I believe so. Okay. And then you talked about a second time in the middle of the relationship where you were in the shower with them. Do you remember that? Yes. Were you in the shower because first of all, why were you in the shower at that moment? It was the end of everything that just happened, and I just started crying. Were you taking a shower because you needed it or because of the rugs? Or was it at the end of the hotel night and you would always take a shower then? It was at the end of the hotel night, and I was just taking a shower with him. Okay. And do you remember testifying that you had spotty memory of this incident? Yes. And that his response when you started crying was he was too high, he couldn't see this, right? Yes. So he was also on rugs at that same moment as well, right? He said, "You're going to ruin my high. Like, don't cry. Can't see, can't see this." Yes. Okay. And so you've also talked about how he'd be agitated from the week and he would feel a lot of pressure from work. Did he talk about something on Fridays? Called it F It Friday? Yes. What is F It Friday? It's just when he just lets loose and just wants to party really hard. And what was your impression of why he had what he called F It Fridays? I think it just felt a lot of pressure. I think it just felt like a lot of pressure from him. And I don't know, various things in his personal life. And then he would want to just party big on Fridays. And you would party big with him too when you were with him, right? Yes. Okay. Do you remember what Miss Comey asked you on direct examination whether you ever carried rugs for Sean? Do you remember that? Yes. And you answered twice, right? Yes. And you said that you had spoken to KK over the phone about this. Yes. I want to show you what has been marked as exhibits 3246, and it should be behind 246 in your binder. I hope that it's there, 246. Okay. If not, we'll put it on the screen. Okay. I can look at the screen. I can look on the screen. Okay. All right. Tell me when, if you could review it first. If you could read pages 1 and 2, tell me when you're done with that, and I'll move to the next 2 pages. Okay. All right. Next 2 pages. If you could review these 2 pages. Okay. All right. Next 2. Okay. All right. And then just to make this easy, could you also look at what's marked 3248? That's also should be in your binder, but if not, we can bring it up on the screen, okay? Pages? Okay. Okay. Do you recognize both 3246 and 2448 as chat between you and Christina Coram? Yes. Okay. Are these both from December of 2021? Yes. One is from December 2nd, right? Yes. And one is from December 30th. Yes. Okay. Ms. Garrigo says, I believe the government, with the government's consent, we offer these, Your Honor, under seal, under seal. So these are exhibits under seal. A couple of exhibits are being offered. I think 2 to be specific. Okay. This is a chat between you and Miss Coram, December 2nd of 2021. You and her discussing flight options, right? Yes. All right. So if you could go to page 3 and 4. All right. So if you could go down on page 3, and Miss Coram says, on conference call you back, right? Yes. And then you respond, hey, I'm in a car. I asked if he had something for me. He said no, right? Right. Okay, take that down. And she says, no, you have to go to Mapleton to get LOL. Security has it for you at Mapleton, right? Right. And you responded, OMG, okay? And she said, that's why I called. That's why I said call me when you're close so security can run it out, right? Right. And she said, sorry, thought that was clear where I said house, right? Right. And you said, tell driver if you need to get it prior to getting me. And she said, LOL, no, he can't, right? Right. And the next page, she says, kind of personal, LOL, right? Yes. All right. Is this in reference to one of the times that you took transported the rugs for Mr. Combs? Yes. And in this message, you are not speaking on the phone with her, right? Right. Okay. And she's just saying it's kind of personal, right? Yes. Okay. All right. If we can go to 3248 under seal, already in evidence. Okay. And this is a message from December 30th of 2021, right? Yes. And you reached out to KK and said, hey, babe, I was just trying to get a hold of Sean. It's a little bit time sensitive. Would you mind telling him to give me a call? Thanks so much, babe. Yes. And she says, hi. Yes, I'll text him now. Right? Yes. Yes. At the next page, she says at the top of the page, also, think he's going to have you pick up a package before as well. So plan extra time for picking that up. LOL. Right? Yes. And say copy LOL. Yep, got it. He can drop it off at my building as well if that's any easier. Maybe place it in a shoebox or something. My front desk can hold it for me. Just an option, right? Yes. And Miss Quorum responded, PD talks to him directly. I don't speak with him, right? Yes. Huh. Okay. 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 So rug transportation, that's what it's looking like that they're talking about here at this point, my friends. I kind of want to know, like, she Jane Doe ends every conversation with an LOL. Do y'all notice that? LOL, LOL, LOL. Okay. Um, let's keep going. And Miss Gorham responds, PD talks to him directly. I don't speak with them, right? Yes. And that was in reference, is this in reference to the rugs that you were taking to Miami? Yes. And she says, and then you say, okay, got it, right? Yes. Okay, in that instance, you guys are not talking on the phone together, right? There were conversations over the phone around one of these times. There were conversations over the phone? Yes. Okay. Can I like to pull up for the witness only first. Can we put that up? Do you see that Miss Gorham's phone number ends in 2886? Yes. Okay. And you see your phone number, right? Yes. Okay. So I'd like to offer, I believe, consent with the government. So more exhibits are offered. Um, Miss Comey speaks. Your Honor, I think we've had some ongoing discussion about that exhibit. So something about this exhibit, okay? If we could have the lunch break to work those out before they come in, I think we could end up not objecting. Okay, Ms. Garrigo says. Then I'll just show it to the witness just to refresh right now, Your Honor. Court says, all right. If we can pull up just for the witness 3313A, both pages side by side, please. And you said you remember having conversations in between. Yes. All right. So, showing you to refresh your recollection, your records for your phone number we were just looking for. Comey says, objection, Your Honor. That's sustained. Okay. We could just look on page 2 and if we can zoom in. And please tell me whether this refreshes your recollection as to whether you had any phone conversations with Miss Gorham's number after that. What is the last four of her number? Jane Doe asked. 2886. I see one on December 1st at 2:16 p.m. But so does that refresh your recollection if you had a phone call with her on December 1st? Yes. It says the duration was 1 minute. Okay. And then if we can go to, and also court says, hold on, this isn't in evidence, says Garrigo. So hold on, says the court. Ms. Garrigo, I think this is going to be easier if we could just have a discussion with the government and use it in a different way, unless you want to take it down and ask some questions. Garrigo's response. All right. Is it your testimony, Jane, that you spoke with Miss Gorham on the phone after one of these messages? Yes. Okay. We will come back to that. Court says, okay, we could have a sidebar and address it right now. Let's just do that, Your Honor. I think it would be easier. Okay, sidebar. Sidebar, sidebar. Here we go. All right. And by the way, in order to save my voice, because I do need to save my voice, I have to be able to kind of like balance this. So I'm just kind of skim reading through some of the sidebar stuff. Okay. Whatever this exhibit that they're kind of going crazy about, I mean, it is what it is. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, one sec, but let me check the chat real quick. What is going on? Good morning, everybody. For those that are coming through, we are going to read the sidebar, but I just need to see what is up. Hey, thank you. Hey, Linda, listen. Don't worry about, like, my mods will get it. Don't worry. Some mods are like, some of them are watching from the chat quietly. Y'all just let the mods do what they do. Don't feel like you have to interject or tag them or anything. Anybody else is doing that, because it kind of just causes issues. So just let the mods do what the mods do. Shout out to the mods. All right. So again, don't feel like you have to kind of like attack people in the chat. If you don't like what they're saying, just block them with your three little dots. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody's here. People got to relax in the chat. I have mods that are already there. I don't need any more mods. I'm good. I promise y'all. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Yes, thank you. You guys can block the person if you don't want to see them. You guys just got to chill out a bit, okay? Thank you. Appreciate you, Linda. Good looking out. But and that's just not Linda. Everybody else, y'all got to chill a little bit. Chill. Take a chill. It's all good. That's all. Yeah, God bless the mods. God bless my mods. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Let's get it together. Let's see. Whenever men can take responsibility for their actions too, Marie. Women can take responsibility, but so can men. Thank you, Marie. Thank you. I know, right? All right, let's get it together. Yeah, shout out to the mods. Y'all drop some hearts, my mods. My mods are amazing. I promise y'all. Just let the mods do what they do. Just let them be. Okay. We're not modding the mods. Okay. So shout out to you guys. All right, let's get it together. So there's a sidebar. I'm just going to skim through some of the sidebar. All right. So clearly they're talking about evidence specifically, redacting specific kind of evidence. Okay. The court says, well, let's hear the nature of the objection. The Comey had the objection, the government did, but Comey's not speaking here. It's Miss Johnson, who's also for the government, who says, I'm not sure there's an objection right now, but we're trying to just confirm with the defense about what this exhibit actually is and how it should come in. What has been marked in his cell site returns for his witness phone number. Something about the phone number. What shows is anything that hits a cellular number. Hold up, let me see. Business records. We propose a stipulation that explains sorts of these records and what they are not. I understand that the defense does not want to stipulate to that. So that's what we are trying to talk about, because they are only things that had cellular matter. So they're talking about a specific exhibit that's under sealed. Okay. Let's keep going. I'm making the executive decision to just skim read by myself real quick. Some of the sidebar doesn't need to be a sidebar. Okay, are we back? Okay, we're back in open court at page 159. Here we go. Okay. Thank you. Hold up now. Let me read this. Hudson St. Co. a company. I don't remember who, but Corinne Steffens, yeah, Superhead, exposed Diddy in her book Confessions of a Video Vixen a long time ago. People knew what he's been up to for a long time. Yeah, I don't want to call her Superhead because I don't think she goes by that anymore, but that's what she used to go by. Corinne Steffens Corinne Steffens exposed a lot of people because she was definitely well ingrained in the industry. But you're absolutely right, and thank you so much for this one $9.99. Thank you. A lot of people knew what a lot of these people were about. So yeah, let's just say that. Okay. I just don't know if she still goes by that title. Does she still go by that title? And wasn't it Lil Wayne who gave her that title? I don't know if she still goes by that. I'm gonna call her Corinne Steffens for the purposes of this. Okay. All right, here we go. We're back. I think we're doing good timing. Hopefully, I hope we get done. Because I don't even know what the last page is. Maybe I should look at that. Let me see. When is the last page? Okay, we are in page 159. Let me see when they stop. Because they went all the way to very late. No, they went at 3. I think they stop. Just I'm kind of curious to know when is the last page, so I mark it down. It's 249. Jane is still on cross. All right, exhibits. Jane is on cross. Give me one sec while I check this. Okay, 246. 240. 43. Here we go. Christmas is still going. I think it's 246. Okay, yeah, 246 is when they stop. 246 is when they stop. Okay, cool. So that's hopefully we can make it there on a stopping point. We're at 159. Court starts at 1 o'clock today, so I need a good little break in between. So I'll have to take one, but we're still going to keep the stream going. I just wanted to make sure that we were all prepared for court. All right, here we go. Oh my God. All right. Hit the like button. Are we at 1,000 likes? If we're not at 1,000 likes, I'm going to be mad. All right. I will get your asses together. Are we at 1,000 likes? Come on now, guys. Get me to 1,000 likes. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am begging. I will beg for a like. I don't beg for a lot of things, but I do beg for a like, okay? Thank you. Let's go. Let's get to 1,000 likes, okay? Okay. Here we go. And I think, hold up. Let me look at my phone real quick. All right, here we go. Thank you. Here we go. The court. Ms. Garagos, you may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. You testified on direct that you remember discussing this with KK over the phone, right? Yes. And you testified that you asked KK whether it was okay, right? Yes. And why would KK know whether this is okay or not? Because she was asking me to do it. And so I just asked if it was okay to put it in my luggage like that. Okay. Could we bring up 3248 again? That is in evidence. And if we could go both pages, please. Okay. So she says on page 2, also think he's going to have you pick up a package before as well, right? Yes. So she's not asking you to do it here, right? She says he's going to have you pick up a package before as well, right? Yes, okay, Tina interrupts. And she says, plan extra travel time for picking that up, right? Yes. So her question was, your assertion was to plan extra travel time, right? Yes, for me to pick up a package for Sean. And you responded, got it, copy, LOL, you got it. If he wants, he can drop it off at my building as well, if that's any easier, right? Yes. That was about him, meaning Mr. Combs. Yes. Okay. Then she says, actually, no. So Jane Doe speaking, actually, no. I think if he wants, he can drop it off at my building as well. He is going to have, I'm not sure there if I'm talking about Mr. Combs or security. Okay. And KK says, PD talks to him directly. I do not speak with him, right? Yes. She did say that. Okay. And you said on direct examination that KK said, it's fine. I do it all the time. Just pick it, just put it in your check-in luggage, right? Yes. Miss Coram, when she travels with Mr. Combs, she travels on his private plane, right? Yes. She's not traveling commercially, right? I don't really know. When she travels with Mr. Combs, she travels on his private plane, right? I think so. I don't really know her travel. Were you and Miss Coram close or no? No. We've seen a lot of text messages between the two of you, right? Yes. Objection from the government. The government objects. Overruled, says the court. But you and Miss Coram would text more than you would talk on the phone, right? I would say yeah, and then sometimes talk, but more so text. There were times over the 3.5-year relationship, of course, that you guys spoke on the phone, right? Yes. One sec, guys. Okay, here we go. there were times over the 3.5 year relationship, of course, that you guys spoke on the phone, right? Yes. But generally, you and her were not close, right? Right. Okay. And fair to say that that was a point of contention for you. Yes. Because can you explain why? She didn't like me. And that was hard because Miss Quorum was always with Mr. Combs, right? Yes. Yes. And so if Miss Quorum didn't like you, you thought that would be difficult for your relationship with your lover and your partner. It was difficult for our relationship. Yes. Okay. And can you explain a little bit why that was? I believe that she had very strong opinions about me, which influenced a great deal of how Sean treated me. Okay. We talked a lot on direct examination about the entertainers. And you said that in the beginning, Mr. Combs would find entertainers from Cowboys for Angels, right? Yes. And that was and that and and that's how he found Don from your understanding, right? Later on in our relationship, I realized that Sean was always saying Cowboys. And then he said that Don was from Cowboys, like later in our relationship. Okay. And do you remember saying that you found Don to be handsome? I did. We looked at the photo of him. Would you say he's very much more handsome in person? Yes. Kind of what kind of features about him that made him handsome to you? He had blue eyes or green eyes. And Paul, you said that Paul was gentle and that you had chemistry with him, right? Yes. And there was a warm energy about Paul that you liked, right? Yes. And over time, you really took a liking to Paul, right? As a friend, given my circumstances, I found Paul. I don't know what the word is. If I had to do what I had to do, at least there was somebody that had a warm energy about them to do this with. You talked yesterday on direct about the time in July of 2024 where you were in Miami, right? Yes. And you said, I miss Paul, right? Yes. And so you guys called Paul to come over to Miami, right? Yes. And you genuinely missed him, right? Yeah, I did. I did. And I think you testified yesterday that after that time that Paul came over, you said that it was an unbelievable sexual experience, right? At that time, I had consumed a lot of X, and then I was introduced to a new liquid, Mal. And so a lot of heightened emotions and sexual energy definitely entered that whole experience. Okay, hold up 1 minute. And I'm looking at this. If I'm a juror, okay, because I remember this Jane Doe saying that she did not like this, that she only wanted to be with that, with Diddy. That was her guy. She didn't like this, but apparently she had a liking for this specific person from Cowboys and Angels. Okay. What do you guys think in the chat? Because that's what it's given to me, but I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Like, she said she missed them? There's a message where she says she missed them? I guess I wanna know, what do you guys think so far? Because it's giving that at some point she might have, like what's mall mall? Mall is, I have to use code words for some of these rugs names. So I'm gonna use mall mall, some of the words that are, too, in nature, like, master's degree program. Diddy is in the corner of the wall getting a master's degree program as he's watching. You guys gotta pick up what I'm dropping. But mall mall is a substance, okay? So let me know what you guys think. But I do wonder about this. What do you guys think? Let me know. It's a rug. Gotcha. Roxy's like, I got it, Rabbit. I got it. Okay. So I do wonder if I'm a juror and I'm listening to this, I would have to kind of weigh in. I'm like, well, did did she have a liking for certain workers? I don't know. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for, we don't have to agree with each other, but you guys are perfect. Thank you guys for being respectful. Okay. Question. And that experience, really, you held good feelings about that experience, right? Yes. And I think you testified that you made love to Paul. Oh, the L word, to Paul. Yes. That day, right? Yes. Do you remember what was the nickname that you, Paul, and Mr. Combs had for each other? The trifecta. Can you explain that? Trifecta, I don't even know, because it's like three, and I think Sean was the one who said trifecta, and then it became trifecta. Would you compare yourselves to sports stars? Yes. Who? Kobe Bryant. Oh, leave Kobe Bryant out of this. Well, wait, let me stop. Kobe Bryant. Who was Kobe? Me. Okay. And who was Paul? Paul was, I forgot, Shaq. The Lakers, the Lakers help you a little. Yeah, Shaq. Shaq. Okay. And who was Mr. Combs? Jordan. Oh, okay. So Michael Jordan? Yeah, MJ. Do you remember during your experience with Paul, or when you would speak to Paul, that you would call him and you would call him your boyfriend playfully? Playfully, flirtatious, like call him your boyfriend, not that he was your actual boyfriend, but playfully you would call him that. In some instances, I would playful say things. Hold up, let me read this again. In some instances, I would playful say him things, these things. Okay, there's a typo in this sentence. Okay. And you called him and Mr. Combs during these nights and on these videos your boys, right? Once, yeah, sure. Yes. Do you remember telling Paul that you were happy you got to explore your sexuality with him? Yes. And was Paul really nice to you? Yes, he was nice to me. And you really did like him as a person, right? I did. And then you testified. And then you testified. And then you testified on direct that you wanted to have more control over your situation, so you would find other entertainers to bring in, right? Objection. Objection from the government. Just rephrase the question, says the court. Do you remember testifying on direct examination that you wanted to have more control over the situation? Yes. Okay. And so the first way you testified that you exerted that control was DMigging Cabral, right? Right. Yes. DMing Cabral. So Cabral is a separate person. So she would exert control by DMing Cabral. She says yes. Okay. So you and just tell me if I'm wrong about any of this, but that you were watching, and you and Mr. Combs were watching Cabral on Blackdid. Is that right? Yes. And Blackdid is a prawn site? Yes. And that you DM'd him after you started watching him, right? Yes. Okay. So can you explain how that came about? I remember it was just put on a free play, and we saw a video and we liked, and we kept watching the specific actor in that video and kept watching more of that actor video. And that's how we found the page and that personal page. You kept watching more and more of that prawn, and both liked you both liked it? Yes. Okay. And so then you went on Instagram and you found him on Instagram with the encouragement of my partner. Yes. Mr. Combs was right next to you, right? Yes. Dreamy Smiles, I know. I just can't be saying the whole thing. I got to be careful. I got to censor. I'm trying to say different words because I'm got to be careful with these bots, okay? I really do. Okay? So if I say words a little weird, it's probably because I'm trying to censor myself. Keep that in mind. Let's keep going. Okay, so with the encouragement of my partner, yes. Mr. Combs was right next to you, right? Yes. And what was he saying that was encouraging? Can you get that D? Do you think you can get that D? Do you think that D? Hit up that D. And you DM'd him on Instagram? Yes. That's a bold move, right? Yes. Objection, Your Honor. Comey objects. Sustain. Okay. When you DM'd somebody on Instagram, is that a private message? Is it a private message? When you DM someone on Instagram, can that person screenshot the DM? Yes, they can. Okay. And was it your idea when you said on direct examination, it was your idea to DM him, right? Given the context of what was happening in my relationship, yes. Yes, I decided why to DM this person. So at that time in your relationship, this was about October 2021. Sounds right? Yes. Okay. So at that time, it had been about 5 months of other entertainers, right? Yes. And so when you were alone with Mr. Combs, right? Yes. And you were both watching this prawn. Yes. And then you had the idea to DM Cabral, right? Yes. And because I think you said on direct that this was the context of your relationship and you were going to choose who the entertainers were, right? Yes. So you sent Cabral a DM with the encouragement you said of Mr. Combs, right? Yes. Okay. And he did not ask you to reach out to him, right? He was encouraging it, right? He was encouraging that. Okay. And did you remember telling the government that Mr. Combs was surprised and really happy because he had never had a girl pick the guy before? Right? Right. And that was in the moment that he was telling you he was happy. Or when did you learn that? I think when it was actually a reality. Okay. And you also testified on direct that the first time Cabral came, you can't remember exchanging any money, right? I can't remember. Okay. And the first time he came, you told, hold up, hold up. And you also testified on direct that the first time Cabral came, you can't remember exchanging any money, right? I can't remember. Okay. And the first time he came, you told Combs that you were bringing somebody from Atlanta, right? No, just that vaguely. No. Okay. On Cabral, I think yesterday you talked about a time where he was texting you and he sold a tape to a media company, right? Yes. Mr. Combs was really upset about that, right? Yes. He was adamant that you should call the police, I think you said. Yes. And he told you that he was so sorry that this happened. Yes. And he did not want this tape release, right? Right. He was livid and pissed. Yes. And he was trying to figure out how to make sure that it doesn't get released, right? Yes. And so then you spoke, and I don't want to know what you talked about, but you spoke to an attorney about this. Yes. And then you made the decision that you were going to ignore the extortionate threats Cabral was making, right? Yes. And then Cabral did end up selling the tape to a media company. Combs was really angry, right? Yes. He didn't want this. From your perspective, he didn't want you to have to go through this, right? Right. And he did not want this out about himself either, right? Right. And then we talked shifting gears, that you had reached out to Cabral, and then you talked about Antoine. Do you remember approximately what time you reached out to Antoine? I don't remember approximately. Would you say approximately 2022? I would say 2022. So here's the question that I have, okay? That's just my understanding, all right? She reaches out to this worker, but this person by the name Cabral. They have an encounter, and Cabral, and so the Diddy's excited because he picked it. She's the one that picked it, right? That excites him. Okay. But it turns out that he was filming a tape the whole time. That's what I want to know. Is that what it is? Oh, see, shout out to Make It Make Sense. Hey, shout out, you guys. Make sure Make It Make Sense is like breaking this down. Shout out to Make It Make Sense. Make It Make Sense says he was only livid because he wouldn't be able to blackmail her if she was already exposed. Damn. Damn. I mean, so basically another company got ahead of it. So here's my question. There's a company out there who's sitting on a Diddy tape. Leverage, right? Anna, it sounds like this company got ahead of it. Leverage. There's another company, there's a company out there that's holding a tape. Right? She was encouraged, like she was being encouraged, allegedly. That's what it sounds like. Like, yeah, but she's doing the picking and now. And now, if I remember correctly, it was, and I quote, she took that as control, being able to pick up her own person, right? So who's sitting on an S tape currently of Diddy? There's an S tape out there of Diddy. Somebody's sitting on it. I highly doubt that it's still out there. It might not have gotten shown, but it's still out there. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me get a drink of water. You think it's on the dark web? I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. All right. Whew. Okay. She says, I don't remember approximately. Would you say approximately 2022? I would say 2022. Okay. So after it had been many months of Cabral, then you found Antoine. Yes. And did you find Antoine the same way through the same prawn website? Yes. And how often had you been, you and Mr. Combs, if at all? You and Mr. Combs had been watching Antoine before you reached out to him. I think it was, hold up, y'all. Oh, okay. Hold up. Now let me read this. Hold up, y'all. Because I'm not really paying attention too much. A Marie, thank you for becoming a member. Maria Quinla, thank you. You said thank you so much. Thank you for the $4.99. Thank you for the $4.99. I appreciate it. Hudson says, remember this woman was subpoenaed. She did not point the finger. She is not anti-Diddy. She was still seeing him. This is for immunity. Oh, I mean, I absolutely agree with this. I think a lot of this is she probably would have stayed in that relationship had she not been forced. I mean, everybody is in a little bit in a different situation when it comes to this. A lot of people, a lot of these people are unindicted co-conspirators of this situation. I don't think they would have testified, but At the end of the day, she's still there. I don't think it diminishes anything that she's been through. Whatever, everybody's got their side on this. I'm literally just reading the transcript. So you guys got to tell me what you think. You said, I literally watched Rabbit for the Monday testimony as I was not in court. Great job. Oh my God, that means a lot to me. Make it make sense. Shout out to you. And I mean, I try my best because, like I said, my voice is getting a little raspy. Okay. Um, so I'm doing my best. But shout out to you. And I know Make It Make Sense is out there. So I think the courthouse was a little bit crazy the other day, this morning, too. Shout out to Infamous Sylvia. I was watching her, too. And she was talking about how there was some stuff going on outside of the courthouse. So it gets a little crazy out there. You guys stay safe. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And absolutely, we got to remember no circumstances is ever perfect. There is no perfect victim when it comes to this. What you guys see as victims, there are times where people are placed in very different circumstances for whatever it may be. You guys make the judgment of that. I'm just reading the transcripts, okay? Okay. All right, so here we go. Okay, so after it had been many months of Cabral, you then found Antoine? Yes. And did you find Antoine the same way through the same prawn website? Yes. And how often had you and Mr. Combs, if at all? You and Mr. Combs had been watching Antoine before you reached out to him. I think it was like a whole night of watching this actor's films. Okay. And then you reached out to him on Instagram as well. Yes. Did you grow to have a nice personal relationship with Antoine also? In like a friendly, just these nights type of way? Okay. Mm-hmm. And I think you said Antoine never traveled and that he would meet up with you and Mr. Combs only in Los Angeles, right? Right. And the first time I think that you FaceTime Antoine, first time you started talking to Antoine, you FaceTime him, right? Yes. And was that a screen share the same way it was with Cabral as well? I believe so. Was that something you perceive made Mr. Combs really happy? Yes. And so then you made arrangements to meet Antoine for the first time as well as after that FaceTime, right? Yes. After all, you talked also on direct about often a lot about Mr. Combs' assistants. You talked about Jonathan Brandon, right? Yes. And then you talked about security. You talked about J9 and Fahim and some others, right? Yes. And you said and you said at times they would bring cash to Mr. Combs at hotels, right? Right. Did they ever, from your perspective, did they ever see any of the entertainers? I don't think they did. No. How did they, what you saw, how did they give Mr. Combs cash? They would just come to the door with the bag and he would take it, or you would take it. He would take it. Okay. And then they would leave, right? Yes. And they would not come into the bedroom from what you saw, right? Right. Okay. And to your knowledge, only if you know, would security be the employees of the employees of his who would keep track of the cash that he had and keeping it safe? Oh, I don't know. Okay. And then they came, the escorts, or I mean the security or the assistants. You also wouldn't volunteer them that an entertainer was there, right? Right. Because as you've said earlier today, privacy was the utmost importance, right? Yes. And when you had assistants, I think you talked about how Jonathan and you, there was at least one instance where you and Jonathan got outfits after the concerts or during the concert. Yes. You didn't say this is because an entertainer is going to come to the hotel later, right? No. And to your knowledge, did KK have any knowledge that escorts were joining the hotels? I don't think so. Huh? Really? Okay. Let me ask you guys in the chat. KK did not know, or she just didn't ask. Like, I want to know, you guys think that KK didn't know that there was these workers coming into the hotels? Or she just kind of kept the secret because she thought, well, this is a secret from everybody. KK knew everything. That's what it sounds like to me, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Because I don't know if I'm just gonna tell you this. Maybe she thought KK didn't know. I'll give her that. But KK knew everything. Knew everything. That's what I'm saying. Okay. that's my opinion. Okay. Um, Question continues. And you never talked to her about it, right? No. I want to bring up what's already in evidence as A 442-12. If we could go to page 8. Okay. So this is a message between you and Mr. Combs, right? Yes. All right. And then you in this first message on the top, it seems to be a reply to Mr. Combs' message. Is that right? Right. Okay. And he says, yeah, I think the party could have been better. No faults of your own. And you say the party could have been better? Really? Why? Right? Yes. Then Mr. Combs responds, okay, where? You find the place. I can have KK now. Damn, right? Yes. I can have KK no. Damn, right? Yes. Do you remember telling the government that KK would disapprove of him partying at the time because he was trying to focus on his business and his album? Yes. Oh, I get you. So the question, and then Mr. Combs responds, okay, where? You find the place. I can't have KK no. Here it is. I misread it. I can't have KK no. Damn, right? Yes. Do you remember telling the government that KK would disapprove of him partying at the time because he was trying to focus on his business and his album? Yes. Okay. And so he did not, You perceived that he did not want KK to know that he was partying, right? Yes. Okay. Can you take that down so more exhibits get taken down? Do you remember yesterday we were talking about your December of 2023 message with KK after your fight with Mr. Combs? Yes. And you reached out to her because you felt she was really close with Mr. Combs, right? Yes. And you wanted her assurance that he was not going to release anything, right? Yes. And during that conversation, you understood, or she said, don't worry, nothing is going to happen, right? Yes. And you felt comfortable by that, right? Yes. And did you feel better after she said that nothing was going to happen? Yes. And that nothing would be released? Yes. Okay. And then she said to you, just why don't you guys give each other space? Like, just please give each other space, right? Yes. Do you remember telling the government in previous meetings with them that during this phone conversation that she said she would ensure that he gave you space? Yes. And that she said to you also, I don't understand why you guys won't stop. And this is why we're in the predicament right now in the predicament right now we're in because he just won't stop. Yes. And that was because it was right after Cassie's lawsuit. Right. And 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 that she said to you in that conversation, the best thing for you guys right now is to just stop talking for a while, right? Yes. And you said he actually listened to her because he gave you your space, right? Yes. And you were very appreciative of that, right? Yes. And then you went to Paris, I think you said, or Las Vegas, Paris. And you actually had some time away, some space. Yes. Some time to yourself. Yes. And from your perspective, KK made sure that happened, right? Yes. Okay. The court says, Miss Garagos, when you get to a good spot, we could take a lunch break. Just 3 more questions. I didn't realize we were already at lunch. All right. So we've talked a little bit about privacy and how you perceive Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs didn't want this out, right? Yes. Okay. I would like to bring up A442-11. If you could go to page 20, this is admitted. All right. This is a message between you and Mr. Combs on April 19, 2023, right? Yes. And you recall, because I believe you had looked at this with the government, that you guys are speaking about getting an Airbnb here, right? Yes. All right. And then he says, how do we know if there's no cameras? Right. And you responded, there is, but we have security cover them. Right. Right. And if you could go to the next page, and the bottom, you say, I can't just say it's my anniversary and we just want the cover cameras so we can feel comfortable. LOL. We can have security go in first and do a sweep, right? Yes. And that was because he did not want anybody to know about this, right? And also because I was really sick and tired of hotel rooms at this point. So this is right when you were getting the house, right? Yeah. Okay, Your Honor. Perfect time for a break. Okay, so the jury's given a lunch break. And okay, we'll come back at 1:20. Now let me look at the time, because I believe it is East Coast time, 10, 11, 12. It is 12:30 and court starts at 1. So we're 30 minutes right. We stopped right at the lunch mark. But we still have, if we keep going, I don't think we're going to get done on time. Cuz the way these people go, it's just crazy to me. Damn. Let me think, okay? Lunch break, lunch break, lunch break. Hold up. The jury's not present. The court is talking. Court says if we are going to 3, there isn't a time crunch. We have some updates and then we'll take a longer break. Okay. So let me go here because I want to see if there was an issue with the juror here, because there was an issue with the juror in the morning. Okay. Jane, you're still under oath. Okay. They excuse her. Okay. So let me see what else they get into. Okay. And then they get back. Okay. Damn, they didn't even meet too long they got right back into questioning after lunch. All right, so we're gonna try to go. Hold up, let me see. I gotta munch on something, so maybe I should actually stop right here. What do you guys think? Keep going? If I can eat real quick. I want to see what's going on in the courtroom, and then maybe we'll get back to it. Hold up. Okay, so this is Inner City Press is already there. Let me share this real quick. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need a break for a little bit. Let me play this a little bit while I grab something. Yeah, let me eat because I don't want to overdo it. We have been live for a good 3 hours reading. But I feel pretty good about this morning and hearing what's gonna happen. Like, okay, we didn't get to the end. We got right at the lunch. So, we gotta do what we gotta do.
The Inner City Press here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, it's Wednesday, June 11th, day 21 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Now, there were some hiccups yesterday because, as happened with Mia, where they put up an exhibit and then made threats for noting that the exhibit had been published. It was apparently an error, but that's not the press's fault, I don't think. Yesterday, Tinny Garagos was questioning Jane, the witness known as Jane, and identified the gender, which I'm tactfully, now that they've exited out, not revealing, but they did exit out in the transcript. And the whole thing's become kind of untenable. There's a point at which it's imperative that...
Okay, so this is what we were talking about. They identified that's what the X's were about, and you guys were saying in the chat. Here's my thing. Like, I don't know. I don't know if the gender is necessarily other than the gender, but like, you got the father of this child doing the most on social media. So I'm like, I don't even know. The court can do what it wants to do. They can do their best, but I don't know. I'm kind of like conflicted sometimes because I feel like, to a certain degree, in my opinion, yes, protect the Jane Doe, protect all the people and the witnesses, but she's kind of a quasi public figure too, if you think about it. But okay, I'll keep my opinion to myself on this one.
Both to allow live reporting and just for general First Amendment purposes, things said or shown in open court must be able to be reported without any kind of threats. So there's there. I'm coming up to Foley Square here, where there's a lot of TV trucks, and this is not for the Diddy trial. This is for the ICE protests. There have been many of them. Yesterday, this square was filled to the rim. The issues went beyond ICE, actually, including the mayoral race. It was a big chant for Zoran Mamdani. But today, the cameras are set up. Actually, this could be Diddy. I take that back. Early morning, it's Diddy. By the afternoon, ICE. And all night long, nothing but ICE. There behind me is the Second Circuit, where all of this may soon be headed. We actually have a case waiting for a decision up there about unsealing the sentencing letters of Sebastian Greenwood of the OneCoin crypto fraud. But I digress. Look behind. That is Foley Square. And hopefully the thread will begin today, just before 1 p.m. To be continued, Inner City Press.
Shout out to Inner City Press for doing the damn thing. Make sure you guys are, subscribe to Inner City Press. There were some videos that I wanted to watch because I didn't get the time to watch at all. What do you guys think so far? Let me know where you guys land with this Jane Doe. The judge reacts to Sean Diddy Combs' new mistrial request. He said no. For those that were asking about that, he said no.
Sean Diddy Combs' latest request for a mistrial in his sex trafficking case has been rejected, as his recent ex-girlfriend, testifying under the pseudonym Jane, faced cross-examination on Tuesday. The defense questioned her about sexually explicit texts she exchanged with Combs and expensive gifts she received from him. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all the charges against him. CBS News legal contributor Caroline Polisi joins us now for analysis of this case. Good morning to you, Caroline. You know, there's been plenty by now of shocking testimony about the specific, but I'm wondering about the specifics when it comes to the charges against Combs. You know, there's things that have really described his character as quite deplorable, but has the jury seen concrete proof yet of this conspiracy of trafficking and racketeering?
Well, that's exactly the right question, Errol, because we have to remember this is a RICO conspiracy case along with 2 counts of sex trafficking, 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. But that RICO charge is really the crux of the government's case. And while we've heard dramatic testimony about specific instances of violence, this is a federal case. This is not a state abuse or domestic violence case. And so prosecutors do need to tie together all of these instances of abuse, of obstruction, of potential arson, of all the allegations about a RICO conspiracy. And so yesterday we heard from Jane, it's a pseudonym, but that's the second victim alleged in this case about sex trafficking. And I think what we need to remember here is that plays into the RICO conspiracy.
There you go.
And conspiracy, there is the word conspiracy there, meaning that other individuals were involved. And so you heard a lot of testimony elicited from the government about, well, who was around the circles, who was setting up these hotel nights, who obtained the drugs or gave you the drugs to fly with in order to have them during these evenings, things like that, payments. So there's a lot of elements of these offenses that go far beyond merely the violence. And I think that you see prosecutors really trying to focus on those elements now that were later on in this case.
And meanwhile, the defense has had real issues with what's been said on the stand. They keep moving for a mistrial. What was the judge's reason for rejecting the defense's second mistrial request?
Yeah, not uncommon for defense attorneys to move for mistrials. They likely know they won't be granted, but they just want to lay the foundation for a record on appeal if there is a conviction.
So they can lay out a lot of stuff. Now I want to talk about Good Logic. I am subscribed. Good Logic did a really good breakdown yesterday as well. Check out what he had to say.
That's up day 20 of the Diddy trial. And if the actual jury is anything like the unofficial jurors, those who are watching the trial with me in the viewing room, they are deeply conflicted as to what to take away from Jane, as to whether or not she's a victim of being trafficked. I am Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Logic. I'm a New York litigator who's practiced in this very courthouse in the Southern District of New York, and I come down to the trial for the purposes of breaking down for my audience how the case is proceeding from the perspective of the state, from the perspective of the defense, how good or poor a job the court is doing, and perhaps most importantly, to give you the vibe let you get a feel for what people are taking away from what is unfolding in front of them, because I think that's highly reflective as to how the jury is likely feeling. And I'll tell you right now, the opinions that I've heard about Jane are very divergent and very deeply felt, where it seems as if Jane, that many feel very definitively that she's a victim of being trafficked, and others say straight out that woman was not at all trafficked. Let me break down for you perhaps why that is. And it should lead us to conclude that the actual jury is likely to spend a great deal of time debating over this third charge of the 5 charges brought against him, which is 18 U.S.C. 1591, sex trafficking Jane. Now, Jane is a pseudonym for Diddy's girlfriend from the period of 2021 to 2024. And on direct testimony, where she spent 2.5 days going through excruciating detail about her developing relationship with Diddy from its early heyday when everything was a romantic whirlwind until a few months later when she engages in the first hotel night. And hotel night is what Cassie Ventura, the first of his known trafficking victims, testified about and called a freak off. So Jane refers to those as hotel nights, and those are extended sexual marathons where the woman is performing with another male entertainer, male performer, porn star, whomever, while Diddy watches and directs and often videotapes the events. And those hotel nights that Jane walked us through, which you've all heard about, the baby oil and the so many fluids we can't even go into it. The question that ultimately comes down for Jane is similar to the question that we had with Cassie, which is, are they acting of their own free will, or are they acting because they're being forced, coerced, compelled by Diddy? Now, when Jane is testifying, she routinely refers to Diddy as my partner or my lover. And a lot of people take away from that she's choosing to please her partner, her lover, and hence she cannot be coerced or compelled. Whereas other people are saying no, that he's holding the money, that he's inducing her with drugs, that he's at one point or another blackmailed her near the end of the relationship, but certainly not at the end, that he ended up actually beating her and choking her before having her engage in a hotel night a couple of hours later. And they look at that as clear signs of her being compelled. The other form of there being force or compulsion is in the form of fraud in the inducement.
He did this video yesterday. Like I said, shout out to Good Logic. It's a pretty good video. I want to know what the jury thinks. Honestly, if I could be a fly, I mean, I cannot wait to hear. Like, I'm just wondering how they're seeing all of this at this point. That's what we want to know. And by the way, shout out to us. I think we reached 80,000 subscribers already. Oh my God. Shout out to us. Shout out to us. We reached 80,000. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Shout out to everybody. Excuse me, my voice is going in and out. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. We did reach 80,000. Yes, GMAT, we did it. Yes. Thank you guys. Shout out to my mods. Thank you guys for keeping it. I know we got it. Thank you. Damn. I wish you were in New York. Your voice is infectious. Well, damn. Well, thank you. All right then. Thank you. Maybe I should do S calls or something. Do you think I can get a job or reading books or doing phone S? Maybe I can do phone S calls. I'm just joking. I don't have to show my face. G-Matt. Well, once the Diddy trial is over, we could celebrate, y'all. We could celebrate. It's either voice acting. I can do S calls or audible books readings. But I mean, I'm just wondering what's more lucrative, okay? It's not like I have to show my face. You said phone S is too much work, girl. Is it? No, that's gonna be after dark. I'm gonna start selling phone calls on FO. Watch little voice notes on FO. Oh my God. Yes. Anyways, let me stop. No, because then AI is going to want to take my voice, and then they're going to like do different things to make inflections. AI is already taking a shitload of things from us. Anyways, let me hit play on this. Let me recover my voice, okay? Because we're on a break. We're about to start in 15 minutes. So shout out to us, okay?
What do we mean by that? Well, she talked a lot about the fact that she would engage in a hotel night so that they would then afterwards go on a yacht or go on a cruise or go to this place or that place, and that never happened. And the state wants us to believe that he was intentionally trying to deceive her for the purpose of getting her to do it, and that he was basically acting fraudulently with her, and that should qualify as compulsive or a basis for the compulsory element in the charge of 18 U.S.C. 1591 sex trafficking. Now, we spent all day on cross-examination. Tenny Garagos for the defense is the one who was engaged in the cross, and I want you to just understand the dynamic here. When Tenny was doing the cross-examination of Cassie on day one, she conducted it like it was a People magazine interview. She ultimately got a little bit more aggressive. That is not the tone she took with Jane today. I wouldn't call it aggressive. I don't think that she was bullying the witness at any time today, but it was certainly more directed. And the nature of the questions that she was asking was designed to elicit a feel from the witness that she was completely okay with everything that was going on here. Now, for her part, the witness seemed very well composed, and there was pretty much a very boring day of cross-examination, far less entertaining than a lot of other days that we've had so far. And with one exception of a moment which everyone sat up in their chair and was like, whoa, and I'll get to that in a moment. But her demeanor has basically been very matter of fact. I'm talking about Jane's demeanor, that she seems to be in control and totally okay with answering questions and just saying that this is the way things went down. And the tone that she keeps and the messaging that she keeps giving as she's asked questions about the fact that she was involved in selecting some of the male entertainers. And we've heard a lot about these male entertainers, that it was all a matter of pleasing my partner, pleasing my lover, that she wasn't willfully going down this road, but that she was trying to please her partner, please her lover. She talked about that when she was questioned about the nature of her friendship or developing relationship on a friend level with some of these male performers, that she described Paul as having a warm energy, or described Don as being handsome. These are different performers who we heard a lot about during her 2.5 days of direct.
What do you guys think about that? The way in which she's describing, like, some of these workers are handsome. So then I did personally, this is just my opinion, I did feel like it kind of contradicts a little bit of the things that she's been saying before on the first day. She did say that some of these workers were handsome. We just read it, guys. She said that some of these workers were handsome, or she was making a love or so, love reference to an S worker. I guess I'm kind of wondering about that. I don't necessarily think it discredits anything, but I do think that it, to a certain degree, it's kind of like, well, okay, so the willfulness, was there coercion, especially if you're feeling some kind of attraction or something, like it's a little bit different. Whereas I don't remember Cassie. I mean, they had that one worker, Jules, who they went to all the time. But I don't remember Cassie specifically saying that it was something that she wanted to do or that she would make love to them. I think there's a difference in the narrative. To a certain degree, like, it does give that. So I'm wondering, as a juror, how would that land?
And that she basically seemed to be comfortable with them, that she's texting Anton, who's a third one, and that she chose out Cabral, thought that he was attractive. And the idea that Tenny Garagos of the defense wants to take away is that she's comfortable with these guys. She enjoys the sex with them. That one of the sexual encounters she had, she called the most intense sexual experience of her life. Now, Jane responds to something like that he gave me a drug, which I had, a form of Molly that I had never had before, and it served to make her sexual appetite incredibly heightened, and that's why she.
All right, I'm gonna go refill my drinks, and then I'll be right back, guys.
Ended up feeling that way. Not that she had any personal desire specifically for any of these entertainers, and that her whole agenda throughout this entire time was to please her partner. Now, the interesting thing is, as I said, a lot of people take away from this that she was just putting up an act, and they believe what Jane is putting out there, that the reason that she's engaging in lengthy sexual text exchanges, which we spent hours today going text exchange by text exchange of the most, you're so sexy, blah, 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 you turn me on, blah, 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 what do you think about having a hotel night here? He's so hot, blah, 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 just on and on. So she was trying to explain, and she seemed to be very calm in saying, I was giving my partner what he wanted. I was giving my lover the fantasy that he wanted, and trying to say that the justification for it was that she can tell that this is what he wanted. Now, there was a lot of people took away from this that makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense if you understand how this dynamic of this relationship is going. And that, yeah, she was, those are the parties who were saying she was trafficked. Others are saying you can't take no accountability for all these things you threw out there. There's got to be some sort of accountability. And it leads me to conclude that we're likely going to see a very conflicted jury, specifically over the third charge of the 5 charges brought against Diddy, the 18 U.S.C. 1591, sex trafficking as it relates to Jane. I think they're likely to be very conflicted with very strong opinions as to she was definitely trafficked or she was definitely not trafficked. But I really want to get into the Turks exchange, which was the one exciting moment of testimony today. There was a point in time where one of the issues which would develop a fight between Jane and Diddy was about the fact that she felt she had been compartmented into this type of role of serving as his pleasure zone toy, and that she wanted to be a girlfriend, and that the only reason she was doing this whole type of performance was to spend quality time with him. And she would occasionally see things in gossip magazines or on Facebook or whatever, that she would get notifications about other girlfriends of his who were getting what she deemed to be quality time. And she defined quality time as she defined, getting the good boyfriend as getting quality time and dining and shopping and things of that nature. Well, Tenny Garagos, for the defense, tried turning that into saying that she wanted money from him, that she wanted the gifts. And she started going into a fight that unfolded shortly after Jane had seen a Facebook post from a girlfriend where she was all excited about a Chanel bag that she had gotten from Diddy. And then she goes through the text exchange that came out of that, where Jane gave a pretty insightful breakdown where Diddy had started off by saying how he missed her, and she's like, you don't miss me. You miss the performance I'm able to give you, but whatever, you do whatever you want.
I think we're back.
Go off and lay around with whoever it is that you want.
Let me just make sure.
And that she was giving him attitude, expressing her frustration with the fact that, and the way she explained it was that she's the performer, and that's all she gets to get. She wants to be the girlfriend, and the other ones get the actual girlfriend type quality time from him. So Tenny said to her, so you didn't get a Chanel bag? And Jane responded, no, I got trauma. Everyone was like, whoa. And then she started asking her about different bags, trying to say that she got a different bag. I think it's called a bodega bag or something.
Okay. All right. So we didn't even get to that part of the transcripts, but let's go ahead and start right here. So shout out to Inner City Press. Make sure you guys are supporting Inner City Press, of course, following, doing all those good things. I'm a subscriber and a Patreon as well. And so here we go. So this was 5 minutes ago. Jane's still not on cross. Jane's still on cross-examination. Anonymity demanded on notwithstanding question asked. Inner City Press is covering. Okay. So anything before the judge speaks. Here, get it together, guys. Judge is starting. Let's go. Today is June 11th, and we are day 21 of cross. Anything before the jury comes in, does the defense want to respond to the government on the jury issue, on the juror issue? Oh, remember the juror issue. Alexander Shapiro speaks. This is a thinly veiled attempt to exclude a black juror. A black juror? So infamous Sylvia did say that juror number 6 is a black juror. Okay. And we read a little bit about juror number 6 who I think we pulled up a profile on him, I want to say. This was a while ago. Okay. So we pulled up a profile on him. Now, that's interesting. So Shapiro's saying that this is a thinly veiled attempt to exclude a black juror. Further goes, government says, we looked at the record and found a lack of candor. Judge says, we'll deal with it before the weekend. Are the jurors ready? No. Judge says, well, they will, then they'll take 10 minutes. Okay, here we go. So there's a break. So they were already going back and forth and we have a break? What? What happened? But everything that's going on with the juror is actually under seal, guys. So we don't even know. We read this yesterday on the transcripts that I read this morning. Actually, yesterday morning, we talked a little bit about that. There's something going on with this juror number 6. Let me just say this. Somebody did message me and gave me a breakdown. They sent me an article. Let me see. Juror number 6 is a black man, 41 years old, from the Bronx, who works in communication at a city residential treatment facility. Okay. And he listens to 90s hip hop. Now I'm kind of wondering, is that the same one who had the lawsuits? He was literally suing or something like that. There was something going on with that situation. But what's wrong with this juror? Is there something that we don't know about this juror? Probably because it's under seal. I want to know what you guys think in the comments, okay? I want to know. I know we just got started and we're already on a break. How does that happen? I don't get that. How are we on a break and we just started? Explain that to me. Okay, CNN is saying, let me tell you what CNN is saying. Well, we get started. Jane's testimony should wrap up tomorrow, lawyer says. Jane is one of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers who is using the pseudonym for trial. Okay. So she's expected to go all day today. And then tomorrow, she's expected to wrap up. She is on track to finish her cross-examination of Jane tomorrow. She says she'll leave plenty of time for prosecution Maureen Comey to question Jane on redirect and gain Jane off the stand by the end of tomorrow. Okay. Damn. All right. So some of these pictures are very colorful. I'm starting to see some color in there. Let me show you guys what CNN is showing us. Okay. So you guys are aware. Let me see. Stop sharing the screen. Here we go. Look at this. Some artsy pictures. There's Diddy. Okay. There's Jane. Look at the judge. All right. There is that. Do you guys, now that, reading yesterday's transcripts, and of course we didn't finish them. We only got about, I don't know, a good 45 pages of it, right? But do you guys feel like you got a good sense of maybe what Jane was saying, or do you feel like things are getting lost in translation? Because it's different to actually be there versus I don't know. Nothing takes away from actually being in the room, if you know what I mean. But let me know. You said this case is so weak. Some people do feel like the case is weak. Some people feel like he's going to get off. So I told you guys, I've talked to a couple of lawyer friends and they told me this is a really weak case. Andrew, I said Anika. Some people feel like that's the case in some instances, but I don't know. You said, why do people feel like those who does this civic duty to sit as a juror should become content? I don't know. Who's content? Did somebody do a video on that? Because I didn't. We just talked about it. You said, do we have the same sense as the jurors do? I don't know. You said, her tone. Yes, her tone, her body language, eye contact matters. And they're seeing what we aren't. That's right. It would be different, Can they all just get along? Says Felicia. It's why can't they all just get along? Yeah, it gives a feel for her personality, right? There's that. I haven't heard that she's been sobbing from yesterday, but there were times where she broke down the day before. Transcripts are important, absolutely, for those that aren't present. You got it? Okay. Let's see. Do we have an update yet? Sorry, y'all. We're getting started. I'm just wondering why there's a break. CNN is reporting judge says he'll handle request to dismiss one of the jurors tomorrow. We won't find out why a juror is going to be dismissed. Again, all of that probably will be under sealed as well, but I'm wondering about this. Judge says he'll handle a request to dismiss one of the jurors tomorrow. So the judge is on the bench and is considering whether to dismiss juror number 6. There you go. The judge said he'll handle the issue tomorrow after hearing and writing both sides. Maureen Comey said the government was reluctant to ask for the juror's removal, but said after a review, they found there appeared to be a lack of candor with the court from the juror. So was there something that the juror failed to say? Okay, and then defense attorney Shapiro accused the government of a thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror. Oh, shit. Okay, so lack of candor in jury duty. I'm kind of curious about that. What is that? Is there something that he didn't disclose? Let me know. The juror's lack of candor is discovered, but the jury is impaneled. Okay, so it's also known as a juror misconduct, refers to a juror failing to answer questions honestly and truthfully, the process of selecting jurors. So something in his answers or in jury duty, jury selection, this can involve withholding information, giving misleading answers, or providing false statements about background, biases, or experiences. Because apparently this can impact the fairness of the trial. That's what they said. Okay. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. But when did they realize that he was being dishonest? It took them 4 weeks to realize that. Guys, we're like on day 21. They didn't realize that he wasn't being honest the first week. I guess I'm confused by this, but I'm not there. I don't know. Yeah, like why are they just now making an issue about this juror? And I mean, they have other alternates, so they could probably replace the juror, but why are they making an issue now? Why now? Isn't that weird? Did they find something? Wouldn't they have researched them like before trial? I don't know. That's what they do, ongoing research, right, Amory? I felt like the defense was like right away on their research when it came to these jurors because they had to kind of be on it. But what happened? I wonder if someone exposed 6. Well, maybe something happened, April. Like you have to kind of wonder if. I don't think it's a mistrial. This is, the judge dismissed the last mistrial request, so they can raise as many mistrials as they want, but who knows if they're gonna go through. That's the thing, you know. Yeah, are we on week 5? I guess that's the thing, but maybe he knew juror number 6. Maybe he knew juror number 6 from somewhere, and that wasn't disclosed. Maybe there's a picture of him going to a concert or something or an event, or maybe he went to a white party. I don't know. There's a lot of maybes in between that we don't know. Or maybe it was something that he didn't personally disclose. That's what I kind of wonder. Let me know what you guys think. That would be crazy if they knew each other. Yeah, maybe nodding towards the jury by Diddy caused it. I don't know. Maybe they just know each other. You think they're moving the goalposts? Okay. But yes. Well, Vicky, we're just talking. That's all. I mean, we're just talking, okay? He's not buying what the government is selling. Okay. Why didn't the prosecution get one of the male escorts as a witness and have them tell the jury that he trafficked also? I don't know. Allegedly did he pay him to say he's not guilty? I don't know about that. We'll see. But it's just a conversation. We don't know. So I don't think there's any harm in talking about it. But that's just my opinion. What is going on with these transcripts? And what is going on with these transcripts? In what way? Let's see. They have more. Well, they have a lot. They have more male jurors, that's for sure. Jury tampering might be crazy for the Diddy team. Hold up. Let's see. Do we have an update? I think we might have an update. Let's see. I don't think so. We don't have an update. So Washington Post says Jane's testimony poses a conundrum for the juries. On Tuesday, a crucial prosecution witness was cross-examined about the love that she says she feels for Sean Diddy Combs, even as she delivers testimony about that she could help send him to prison for decades. I mean, could Jane Doe's testimony help send him to prison for a long time? I think there's that. Okay. It's a lot to be said there. But yes. I'm not saying he's innocent, but all these jurors are not gonna agree, and there's not enough reasonable doubt for Rico. Well, I don't know. You are entitled to your opinion. I guess we'll see, I think all of us are 50-50. You think maybe number 6 was running mouth? I don't know. Let's see. The government is trying to handicap its chances. Shady business. How so? There's already a new Diddy. Probably been a new Diddy for a while. What do you mean a new Diddy? What do you mean there's a new Diddy? There's a new Diddy? Huh? Okay, here we go. Waiting for the jurors, says Intercity Press. Combs is reading something, talking to Agnifilo on one side. Shapiro, 1 seat away, about the jurors in the U.S. wants to remove. Still waiting for jury. Okay. Damn. I wonder about this. You think it's going to be a hung jury? People have said this. Yeah, a mistrial would only restart the process again. So people don't think, doesn't mean it's going to get off. They can just, and I highly doubt that they're just going to be like, oh, we give up. We're done with this. We're, like, I don't know. I don't think they're going to, if this was a mistrial at all, if it ever even did that, I don't know. I just hate what the Punisher is doing right now. I would agree with you on this. He's literally selling a book and doing the most. I agree with you on this, Mel. We don't like what the Punisher. I think a lot of people feel some type of way about the Punisher. And then he wants to publicly apologize to Cassie. Like, for what? Like, just go away. I mean, like, go away. Go do. I don't think he's a fan favorite of a lot of people. I'll say that. It's not giving that to me. What do you guys think in the chat? Let me know. I just think he's doing too much, You said Rico has been proven, Artie says. I think that it has been, but that's my opinion. I don't know. So a hung jury would also start the process again. Gotcha. Give me 1 sec, guys. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We have an update. Okay. So, incidentally, why isn't the prosecutor's letter seeking to exclude the juror in the docket, at least in the redaction form, despite inner city press requests and judge's order? Okay. Is this where we're at? We're still waiting? We're still waiting for the jury? Damn, it's going to be a long thing, man. Today. So I guess that's the question. Why is it that certain things are being excluded? Letters seeking to exclude the juror in the docket, at least in redacted form, despite inner city press requests and the judge's order. Damn. Let's see. You said the Punisher is just it's just the first one to public and sell his side of the story. Others will follow. I don't know. How long am I with you guys today? Probably up until I want to say 3. Just because I've been up so early in the morning. You said that is what the psychologists testify. Well, the psychologists, they're not even letting the psychologists back anymore, right? The prosecution lost on that one. And honestly, I don't think that psychologist did any favors. I don't think that psychologist did a good job at all. But that's just my opinion. I feel like it kind of like, I don't know, it just seemed a situation where what's the word? It just seemed kind of muddy more than anything. The situation. I guess you'll see. They haven't followed his request or the judge's order this entire trial. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. You know, one person we didn't hear from was from Jules. We heard about the other S workers, but we didn't hear from Jules. Here we go. All rise, everybody. We're ready. Judge says, Ms. Garagos, you may proceed. So Garagos is starting again with the questioning. I was to admit this exhibit under seal. Can you read that, Jane? Messages, December 2021, between between yourself and Cabral after a hotel night. Yes. You had a pretty intense night. Yes. Okay. Guess they're reading messages. You had a pretty intense night. She says yes. Starting charging my devices. Okay. Let's see. So, I mean, but it sounds like there were some S workers that she was okay with, she felt comfortable with. No, Cabral is a different person. There's Don, there's Sly, then there's Cabral, and I think Cabral was somebody that she found. If you know what I mean. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, the psych testified to DV and was prohibited to do on coercion testimony. She couldn't speak on coercion at all. So yes, that's right. You're right. You're right about that. Next witness, please. You said Simply Kiwi. Tell me more. You guys aren't filling this witness? Well, we'll find out. Maybe there's more. We don't know. There's probably more to a lot of this that we don't even know, guys. We just got to be patient. Next witness, please, you said. Okay, let me see if we have an update. Hold up. Somebody said straight into shaming. Well, I mean, I'm kind of wondering what questions they're going to ask at this point. CNN has 2 updates for us. Jane is back on the stand. Jane, who's a pseudonym, we all know, and Garagos is doing the cross-examination. Now, here's a question that I think is valid, right, from CNN. Why Combs chief of, well, it gets more of a paragraph that they're giving us. Why Combs chief of staff has come up so often during testimony. While Christina Coram hasn't been called to testify in Sean Diddy Combs' trafficking and racketeering trial, the former executive assistant to Combs Enterprise, now known as Combs Global, has been a prominent name in the proceedings. Yeah, she has been mentioned more than once, right? We've been saying that. We've been calling it out so many times. Mentioned in the testimony by multiple witnesses for the prosecution, Coram, also known as KK, has emerged as someone who knew Combs well and allegedly assisted in crimes. And last week, prosecutors referred to at court as an agent and co-conspirator. I actually read the transcript when they referred to her like that, as an agent and co-conspirator. Okay, so Coram's attorney has not responded to inquiries as to whether she will testify. CNN has also reached out to Coram's attorney for comment regarding the testimony made about her in court, in addition to her being called Combs' co-conspirator by prosecutors. So the only time that Christina Coram has talked was in the Rolling Stone, but she's never, like, other than that, that's it. She says, I'm confident that the allegations against me will be proven untrue. This is what Christina Coram said to Rolling Stone, okay? And she's been named in many lawsuits, many civil lawsuits, okay? All right, let's go. Let's see. Do we have an update? No update yet, but let's see what Washington does not have an update yet. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Absolutely. Mel says, trial is not over. Listen to the comments being made about the prosecution because they're requesting that a juror be stricken due to his own actions. See, and I'm wondering, like, was there something that that juror omitted to say? Was there something that he didn't say or do or anything? Maybe there's more to this. I don't know. Let me know. GMAT, thank you so much for this Cash App. I really appreciate you, GMAT. Thank you. We gonna get, well, I didn't get my chimichanga yesterday or a taco. We're gonna get a chimichanga today, GMAT. I'm getting a chimichanga today. Thank you. But I agree, Mel. I wonder, was there something that this juror did behaviorally or something must have happened. Thank you, GMAT. Chimichanga. I'm buying the chimichanga with that. Just letting you know. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nothing yet. Now hold up. Let me see. Washington doesn't have anything yet. I have another. Who else did I sign up for? What was another person that we were watching their tweets? I forgot her name. Let me know if you guys remember. I forgot her name. I'm saying her because I'm assuming it's a her, but she's also doing the Diddy updates. Let me know. I can't remember. Put it in the chat. She's on Twitter. Yes, her, Jewel. Yeah, Jewel Mancy. Let me see if I can find her. I don't see her. Maybe I thought I let me see. Jewel. Oh yes, I am following her. I am following her. That's right. Okay. Jules doesn't have anything yet. Okay, I'm gonna pull her page up too, just in case. But she doesn't have anything from. Is she in court right now? Oh yeah, she doesn't have any updates yet. I don't know if she's there yet or not. Okay. Yeah, well, yesterday when we were out in a, when Inner City Press was out, I don't know what happened, honestly, but that was kind of our go-to. Okay. The other person felt like they were copied and pasting from CNN. That's why I was like, I feel like I'm reading this again. Okay. Combs says, he says to you, you were talking so dirty to me. I love it. Garrett goes, yes, I'm being friendly here. After your long hotel night, you saw him with Gina? Yes. Oh. So he says to you, you were talking so dirty to me. I think she's reading messages. I love it. Jane says, yes, I was being friendly here. After your long hotel night, you saw him with Gina? Yes. Damn. Y'all, what do you guys think? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. You said, I think they're skeptical of calling Jonathan. See is too much. The assistant or Adi? And people are getting those two confused. They're talking about the assist. There's an assistant named Jonathan who is not to be confused with Adi. Okay, Garrigo speaks. Then Cabral wrote to you that he would be in LA and he stayed to see if you wanted. Yes. What did you say? It's my birthday weekend and you don't show me no love. Okay. Then Cabral wrote to you that he would be in LA. He's stayed to see you if you want. If you wanted. Yes. What did you say? It's my birthday weekend and you don't show me no love. Okay. This was clearly before they separated. Because wasn't there a birthday incident too before that? You said you need them to call Adi. You said if they don't bring KK forward to testify, then that may bring doubt. Well, is she? I thought this was the last witness for the prosecution. Isn't that what they said? This was the last witness for the prosecution? So I wonder about this. Here we go. Here we go. No update. Yeah, P. Diddy trial updates hasn't said anything as well. So there's no update there. Damn. I have a lot of questions. Yeah, there was a lot of birthday incidences, wasn't there? She is the last victim, not the last witness. I think that's what people are saying. No, we still got the CEO from Bad Boy and then the chef. Gotcha. There's that. So when is the prosecution going to rest? Because they want to be done by July 4th. So do they rest this week or next week? And I don't know. I don't think they're off on Friday. I know there's Juneteenth, and I think one of those days are off based on the court. They rest on Thursday. So this Thursday, so tomorrow? Gotcha. Okay. Exactly. I think that's a good point. Like, as long as everything was consensual, what I'm saying is like you got your Ashley Madisons, but I think that where people get stuck is that, and I think it's a fair point. Was there consent all the time? Was there consent most of the time? Did it happen? And even then, like, does the jury find any of these people credible? That's what it comes down to, right? Are they credible? are they credible? That's the question. Okay, here we go. Gargo says, then you asked him to send you a personal video. Yes. The night that you saw the Italian entertainer, who will call the entertainer? Yes. And Sean has taken up with Young Miami? Yes. Oh, Young Miami's being mentioned. So she says, then you asked him to send you a personal video. Yes. That night you saw the Italian entertainer, who will call the entertainer. Yes. And Sean had taken up with Young Miami. Yes. So at this time, she was with the Italian entertainer and Diddy was with Young Miami. Yes. So she had asked Diddy to send her a personal video. Jane said, it's my birthday weekend and you don't show me no love. Then you asked him to send you a personal video. Yes. That night you saw the Italian entertainer, who will call the entertainer. Yes. And Sean had taken up with Young Miami. Yes. Okay. Damn. Okay. Do you guys see that? So he's over here dealing with her while she's with the entertainer. Okay. Okay. Yeah, somebody said in the chat, wait, she was meeting with these guys without Diddy? Was she? That's the question is, was she meeting with the entertainers without Diddy? Where do you guys, I don't know. I think it's Cabral, and I believe it's the one that she chose. So it was definitely somebody that she liked. You say it's triangulation, it's something, you know? Yeah, but Diddy wasn't around, so was she messing with them when Diddy wasn't around? But he was okay with that because he's probably, I mean, sounds like he was open to many relationships, you know? I don't know. Diddy's a cheater himself, so I don't know how much I'm like, yeah, you know. He needs to control always, yeah. Mel, really? I thought about that too. I was like, maybe, I mean, she was supposed to be, right? She was supposed to be a witness for the prosecution, but I do wonder, like, did she just say, I'm just not going to show up and they didn't press the issue? Could they get in trouble later for not showing up? I mean, you talk about the marshals. The marshals can come and get her, right? I don't know. Listen, a judge tells me to show up somewhere, I'm going to go. But that's just me. Okay, we have one update. Who is this? Washington Post. So Washington Post is reviewing just kind of where they're at in the testimony, that Wednesday will continue cross-examination of the former girlfriend as they tried to undermine her account of being charmed into a relationship with the record producer in 2021, only to spend the next 3.5 years having S with other men at his behest and against her wishes. They said that the Tuesday, well, we saw kind of the tone on those court transcripts that there were some feisty moments. We didn't get to finish everything, but there was some tension there. So there's a court-approved alias, of course, to protect her. One of the questions, when the defense, T.D. Garagos, asked her about a lavish gift, she then said, how much does my body cost? Jane snapped at Garagos when asked the cost of a bag, a bodega bag, before the judge basically intervened, chimed into those questions. Like there was this back and forth that was happening between them, and people were talking about that. Hell, everybody was giving commentary about that. But let me know what you guys think. You have a good night too, Gregory. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. You said he would have to meet men and record them, and so he could watch it. Wow. Let me see. We didn't finish the last transcript, so are we lost? Well, the questioning continues. We stopped at the lunch break, and I mean, if I would have continued, it would have been longer. So I don't know how lost we're gonna be. It's just gonna be cross-examination. That's all. There might be some parts, but we'll definitely finish it. I'll probably do a pre-recorded video or something. Okay. And you said if you don't get your ass out of the island, no party, right? Right. Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic. Yes. Wait, so, but I thought KK didn't know about their stuff. Okay. And you said you don't get your ass out of the island, no party, right? Right. Sean wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told KK you wanted to make it cute and romantic. Yes. What? I thought KK didn't know. Or did she? I don't know. I don't know. Well, we knew KK knew. We knew it, but she was talking about how KK didn't know. Like security, and some people might have not known. I'm like, I think KK knew everything. I think KK knew way too much of everything that she just, yeah. Okay. She called KK about videos being leaked. That's right. So KK knew something was up. Sassy, she had to have known. No update. Yeah. She did know, and that's why I think the prosecution will call her on a rebuttal. Yeah. That's the question. But is KK going to testify? That's the question that I have. Is there going to be a testimony on that? That's what we want to know. She says she didn't know if they knew. And KK knows where the bodies are buried. I agree. I think KK knows a lot more than what's being said. CNN has an update, and it says, "You have me feeling so taken advantage of," Jane told Combs after 3-day hotel night. 3 days. Jane testified that the longest hotel night she ever could remember was around New Year's 2022. She estimated it lasted about 3 days and involved 3 men. Jane said after New Year's, she saw on social media that Combs went on vacation with another woman named Gina. Jane read aloud a message she sent him in January of 2022, expressing her frustration after the trip. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Said you had me feeling. So she went to a 3-day hotel night situation. 3 men involved. Jane said after New Year's, she saw on social media that Combs went on vacation with another woman named Gina. So Gina was around too. Jane read aloud a message she sent him in January of 2022, expressing her frustration about the trip. "We had such an amazing New Year's week together. You have me feeling so taken advantage of and regretting everything." The messages said, in part, Jane testified that she considered breaking up with Combs after this. Damn. So 3-day hotel night. Okay. 3-day hotel night, 3 men. What do you guys think? KK is a conspirator. Yeah. Punisher was a tripper from Parkside Plaza in the Bronx. He's gonna sell his book. Okay, he's probably gonna write a memoir after this. After his deep freezer meat book. Okay, we have an update. Garagos then says the Valentine Day hotel night, having 2 men there. Was that your idea? She says it was. After these nights, it was crushing to see these things. Garago then says, like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram, right? Yes. Oh, wait, did he get her a bracelet, the same one that Gina had? Oh. What? Wait a minute. Wait. Because she had talked about a love bracelet, LOVE, that she had, and it was so special. She saw it. Is it the same? Is it the same? That's what we want to know. What do you guys think? That's what it sounds like. No. No. Branding. It's giving branding, isn't it? I think I said this earlier. I said, isn't it giving branding? LOVE, that's branding. He had those. Did he have those bracelets? Stop. Huh? Well, because it's giving that. It isn't it? Damn. Okay. So Jane says she organized a hotel night after Combs left vacation early. Oh my gosh. So Jane confirmed that she planned a hotel night for Valentine's Day that year that Sean Diddy Combs left the vacation he was on with another woman earlier. She says she decorated the hotel room with the rose petals and planned to have 2 entertainers or men paid for encounters in the room. Jane acknowledged that it was her idea to have 2 entertainers at once, and it was her first time doing that. So she wanted to impress him that she was able to do this. Jane persuaded Combs to leave a trip with other women by threatening to withhold hotel nights. Oh, okay. So defense attorney Tia Garagos has returned on the time and period where Jane's birthday in 2022. Jane previously testified that she and Sean Diddy Combs had a hotel night on her birthday. And then she got upset after she saw Combs on vacation for another woman shortly after. Jane testified that she made Combs come home from the vacation a day early. She told them, if you don't come here now, we're going to do anything. We're not going to do anything that you want to do. That's what she said. Garagos asked whether Jane's told Combs he wouldn't have a Valentine's Day party with them. Yes, that was the first time I pulled that card, Jane said. The hotel nut card? Garagos asked. Yes. Oh, so she was withholding. Dang. So does Young Miami Carisha also have a love bracelet? Let me know. Does Young Miami also have a love bracelet? Let me see. Can I Google search that? Young Miami. Let's see. I'm sure there's probably a picture. Love bracelet. Let's see. I think she does. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so I'm looking. I thought, but the love bracelet is. Oh, hold up, y'all. She's doing her artwork. The love bracelet has LOVE. Does she have one too? Everybody's gonna look at bracelets now. Probably making. I don't know. That's giving branding. That's what that looks like. I said all these bracelets and gifts. That's branding. Okay. Garrigo says here you're planning to reach out to Sean and perhaps reach out to the Italian. Jane says, I was still doing that then. He says, can you FaceTime? Yes, that's what he said. Then 10 days later, you had another hotel night? Maybe. Okay. Okay. Now, let me see what CNN is saying. So she was withhold, which I think it's amazing. Like she's like, I'm in power, and here when it comes to these hotel nights, I decide when, which I think that's amazing. But at the same time, I just feel like she was probably in too deep, if you know what I mean. Like honestly, she just seems so in too deep in this situation. Now, Jewel Mancy is back on, and she's also doing tweets now. Okay. Let's see. Updates coming soon. Today, that's the 10th. I see that Jewel Mancy is updating now. Okay. You can kind of go back and forth on that. All right. No update yet. Diddy was running a cult. It's giving cultish, right? Like, I don't know. Just the love bracelet. I would be mad too. Okay, she's got the same love bracelet that I have. Listen. I don't know. What do you guys think? You said Dana, they said that? Are you serious? Damn. Okay. No, she got the love necklace. Sylvia, I didn't even see you. I know you probably been here a lot earlier. Did I say hi? I'm not sure. I don't remember. She got the love necklace. Are you sure, or are you just saying that? She got a piece of jewelry. Is that what you're saying? I know, right? Let's see. No update. No updates. Damn. Oh my goodness. Broke men have multiple women. They cheat every day. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying. Lord have mercy. No rappers give their girlfriends either designer. All rappers give their girlfriends either designer bags or a Rolex. Damn, well. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. I could be wrong. Okay. Let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs and not having a hotel night with them. It certainly did. No hotel night until the end of June? Maybe. Okay. She says, let me refresh your recollection of seeing Mr. Combs and not having a hotel night with him. It certainly did. We're missing something here. No hotel nights until the end of June? Maybe. We're missing some context here, guys. We're missing context here for sure. You said it states she was gifted a love necklace? She was? Listen, anything with love, we're not accepting. We're not accepting that. It's giving branding, guys. It really is. Let's see. She said maybe on the stand she doesn't want to admit to something. You said Gina probably got two because she's been around. Well, and that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, Nexium. Don't forget about Nexium. Well, that was with tattoos, right? Said maybe. Give me 1 sec, guys. We're waiting for an update anyways. Let's see. Does CNN have an update for us? Nexium leader got life in prison. That's right. Why is branding a wild term to use in a situation? I think that just tells me that you don't have an understanding of what branding is. Why would branding be a wild thing to use as far as the situation? I have to change the battery camera, guys. Why would branding be a wild word to use? I guess I'm kind of wondering. Why would I think branding is a perfect word? I mean, you're giving love necklaces left and right to people that, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it was, and she didn't even know she was in it. I'm kind of wondering. Why would branding be a wrong thing to say? Because it's giving that, and it's not just that, but multiple women. Maybe it was the way that he was doing it. Maybe he didn't see it that way. I don't know. Let me know. What do you guys think? Makes sense. I mean, I don't know. I think that people can get branded and they don't even know it. I think it's very plausible, but I don't know why people are saying it would be a weird thing to say. But let me know. Okay, hold up. It's not far-fetched, I don't think, but that's just my thought. But I guess it just depends on how you're seeing the situation. All right. Sorry, I got to turn on my camera, guys. Give me 1 second. Here it is. We're still on okay, here it is. Make sure. Okay, camera setting. All right. I mean, what do you guys think? I could be wrong. I'm not an expert at this whatsoever, but I do wonder about this. All right. Do we have an update? I don't think so. Do we? No, we don't. So, Jane told Combs to get another woman to delete a post, text shows. Jane read some March 2022 message between her and Sean Diddy Combs that occurred after a hotel night. Combs had recently made her delete a photo of food that she had posted that indicated they were together. And then she saw Gina post a photo wearing a necklace that matched a bracelet Combs had gifted her previously, Jane testified. In the messages, Jane told Combs to make Gina delete her post and accuse him of giving her anxiety. To see these things were deeply hurtful to me. But I thought they were like, oh man. I'm never buying anything that says love on my jewelry ever again. No, we're not. We're not doing that. So she's still wearing the same necklace? Really? Now I gotta go search for a photo. Hold up. Was she wearing it on that Tasha K interview? I have to wonder. Oh no, no, no. Let me see. What did it look like? I'm not wearing anything that says love on it. There's an update. Okay, gotcha. No, no update. Let me see, unless it's on my phone. Okay, yes, there is. No, that's not an update. Oh man. Nope, we're good. We're updated. You said I'm not wearing nothing with love on it. What do you guys think? Let me know. Oh my God. Everybody gets a necklace and said everybody. I'm not getting nothing. Nothing that says love on it. Oh, Miss Toby, you're looking there. I'm trying to avoid going to multiple, but give me a second. Okay, we have an update on Inner City Press. Here, Mr. Combs says, I'm jerking my D, thinking how nasty you are going to be to me, right? Yes. He says, call Italian or Paul is free. You like Paul is free, right? Yes. He gave you a choice and you chose. Yes. He gave you a choice and you chose. Yes. But that's not what oh my God. This is so complicated. Now, this was 2 minutes ago from P. Diddy updates. She says, let's go back to a time period shortly after your birthday in 2022. You testified earlier that you and Sean had a hotel night on your birthday, correct? Yes. And then you became upset after seeing him on vacation for another woman's birthday. Okay. So P. Diddy updates. Jules Mancy is updating too. So prior to that, Garagos had asked, did you consider ending the relationship after seeing posts and sending that message? And then, yes, I thought seriously about breaking up with Sean after that. Okay. So questions that are being asked. Damn. It just cuts off though. We don't have an update. Okay. She says, and then you became upset after seeing him on vacation with another woman for your birthday. Yes, I was upset. Did you ask Sean to come back from that vacation? I did more than that. I made him come back home a day early. What did you say to him? I told him, if you don't come back here, we're not going to do anything that you want to do. So that's when she was threatening the hotel night. Okay. That's when she was threatening. Oh yeah, Gina's wearing that necklace. Oh, she's wearing that. No, there's a picture of her. So that's the necklace that they're talking about. And you could see her in photographs wearing this necklace everywhere. Okay. And then Garrigo says, he responded, I told Paul 11 p.m. Is that okay? And let's watch Prawn first, right? Yes. He says, London Hotel. What would you get? Tripper shoes, shorts, maybe whips. Oh my God. Note to self, no longer buying love necklaces. She is. I could show it. Okay. Look, she's wearing it right there. Okay. Look, it's on her neck. Do. Okay. Gorgeous woman. All right. But look, she's wearing it right there. It's her love necklace. Yeah, she said whips. The whips. You said, Rabbit, remember Jane was a witness to the defense before she was subpoenaed? Yes, that's true. She was a witness to the defense before she was subpoenaed. That's my understanding as well. I mean, I think she could be a witness to both, I guess. I don't know. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. Oh shit. Let's see. You said buy one bracelet, get one free. I'm not. You okay? Tootsie Rolls, applesauce, Heinz ketchup, love necklaces out of my wish list, Christmas list. What else? Tripper heels. Nope. No. Baby oils, all of that out of my list. Okay. Okay. Then Garrigo says, why shorts? She says, tripper heels, shorts, maybe whippets. Why whips? Not whippets, whips. It's a whole different thing. Why shorts? I was really turned on by their shorts, so I got other shorts for them. It was not so fun to wait for them to elect for the election. I started to get things on the side so they could get elected in the election. I just got pills at the store, Rhino election pills. Yeah. Yes. You said before I'm scared. Diddy got no shame. I have to make up words. I told you I can't be saying these words prior to the presidential election. That's what they had to use the Rhino pills for. Yes. Okay. Give me one sec. Do we have an update on CNN? Let's see. Give me one sec, y'all. Jane told Combs, not really in the mood for that. Okay. Hold up, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Do we have an update on Inner City Press? We have one on CNN, but I don't want to jump over there. And then Diddy, P. Diddy trial updates, I believe might have one too. Says, Garrett goes, did you tell Sean that he wouldn't be having a Valentine's Day party with you? Yes. That was the first time I pulled that card. That hotel card. Yes. Okay. Garagos continues. After Sean returned early from vacation, did you plan a hotel night for Valentine's? Yes, I did. Can you describe how you prepared for that night? I decorated the hotel room with rose petals. I also planned to have 2 entertainers at once. Okay, Garagos speaks. By entertainers, do you mean men who were paid for these encounters? Yes. Was it your idea to have these male entertainers where they're at the same time? Yes. Had you ever done that before? No, it was my first time. Oh, this is when she's talking about the choo-choo stuff, okay? This is when she gets into because when I think one of the messages that she wrote is like, I did this, you know, I had all this happen to me and it was your fault. And she's referring to the choo-choos, okay? And you guys know what I'm talking about when I say the choo-choos. Okay, don't make me elaborate more than that. Okay. Let's see. Do we have an update here? So, and Jane told Combs, not really in the mood for that. Jane confirmed that she and Sean Diddy Combs went about 2 months without having a hotel night in spring of 2022, despite spending time together several days during that period. On June 19th, that year, Combs suggested that he and Jane should have a hotel night. Jane responded, not really in the mood for that part. Don't want to make you mad. Combs said all good and suggested a role play situation or scenario instead. Jane testified that they had a movie night watching past hotel night footage and prawn. Oh my God. Well, there you go. The movie night. They had a movie night. That's what they did. Okay. Then we have updates on this side. So Teeny Garagos asks, let's turn to the messages exchange of March 2022 after another hotel night with Mr. Combs. Do you recall what prompted those messages? She says, yes, Sean had recently made me delete a photo of some food and I posted. It's something that showed we were together. Oh, wow. Further goes, Garagos says, And after that, what did you see online? I saw a post from Gina wearing a necklace that matched a bracelet Sean had given me before. What was your reaction? I was upset. In the messages, I told him to make Gina delete her post. I said he was giving me anxiety. Did you express how that made you feel? Yes, I told him. I see these things were deeply hurtful to me. To see these things were deeply hurtful to me, she says. Okay. Damn. I mean, because they really. Mm-mm. He probably has a closet full of love necklaces and bracelets, along with the baby oil. Okay. Garrigo says the next day he says, want to do dinner at 9? Bring the freak bag, just in case. Jane says, right, lingerie and the rest. Garrigo then says, but you didn't have a freak night. Let me refresh your recollection. And this exhibit's under seal. Damn. Oh my God. This is like, oh my God. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Let me know what you guys think. You said, okay, your boyfriend has 2 other girlfriends and he buys you all the same perfume. Is that branding? I don't know. Sky. Oh my God. Not perfume. Like, you guys are like, when people ask me these kinds of questions, I'm like, you're not even going, you're going like really surface level. Okay. I like, this is what I'm like. I don't need, what do you want me to say? Okay, whatever. We'll just keep moving. Oh my God. Okay, let's keep going. I could see where it's viewed as branding. They're not calling it that, but I'm just going to say I can see where people would see that as a branding situation. I don't know about a perfume. Like, how are you going to be in the same room with the girl? You smell that? What is that? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, let's keep going. Okay. Garrigo says, he says, I'm about to work out with Paul. Then I want to see you. You say hair up? Jane says, there was probably a FaceTime between these two. Garrigo, he says, did you want to hit Italian, right? She responds, yes, I didn't want to. Huh? Okay, let me go to P. Diddy trial updates. Okay, and then this was a minute ago. So P. Diddy, I feel like we're having 2 different conversations, so I'm trying to be very careful about reviewing 2 different things. So, during the spring of 2022, did you and Sean continue having hotel nights? No. We went about 2 months without one, even though we still spend time together. Garrigo says, do you recall what happened on June 19th that year? Yes. Jane, Sean suggested that you should have a hotel night. Garrigo says, how did you respond to that suggestion? Jane says, I said, not really in the mood for that part. I don't want to make you mad. Garrigo says, how did you reply? Jane says, he said, all good, then suggested doing some role play scenario instead. Did you go along with that suggestion? We ended up having a movie night instead. Okay, I think I felt like we already read this. So they ended up having a movie night and watch the videos that they did together as prawn. Okay. Okay. Okay, so then Gara goes, Sean says Paul is all we need. And you say, LOL. What do you say? What do you say? Jane says, I'll go to the store unless you get a head start. Mm. Okay. Hold up. I'll go to the store unless you get a head start. What do you mean? Go to the store ahead of me? But then you spent several days at his home. Maybe? Okay. That's crazy, man. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. You said maybe yes. You said you know what's interesting is the way she's answering these questions, and we don't have the transcripts, right? If we had the transcripts, maybe I feel a little bit different, but there's a lot of maybes, the way in which, like, there's no absolutes in her answer. So I do feel like I wonder about this a little bit. Now, CNN posted an update for us and said, last night was amazing. Jane texted after a hotel night, according to the messages read in court. Okay. So there's some messages that were read in court. Jane liked the message about Paul on the entertainers they frequently saw. She testified she understood Combs was giving her an option between the two men. In later messages, Combs relayed details about the times and location of the hotel nights and asked her, is that cool? The days after, Jane texted Combs, in part, last night was amazing. So there were maybe some nights, like I said, some of these things could have been out of consent. Some of these things could have very well been consensual. Just like Cassie, she could have been into it. And then it gets into the part where she's not. But what I'm sensing from Jane specifically is that she kind of like felt like she had to compromise a lot. Now, did she feel like she had to compromise a lot because of this love contract or because she wanted to? Like, I'm trying to weigh her in a little bit because this whole, the way she answers the maybes and the this and that, it just makes it kind of hard to kind of follow a little bit of her. Maybe she's still trying to make a sense of it. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, she wanted to compromise a lot. But the thing is I think that she kind of knew that there was other women. So it's like, if I compromise here, then I don't, like, he's not going to go away. He's not giving these lavish gifts to these other women, right? She was in competition, I think. Like, don't you guys get that? Like, I feel like she knew she was in competition with, or at least she felt like, here's Gina wearing the love necklace. Here's young Miami. Here's these other people. Here's these other women that I'm competing with. And it just became overwhelming, I think, to a certain degree. And then maybe I don't know. Yeah, like he had, whether they knew it or not, you know? We have an update. You really did love him, right? Garrigo says, yes. Do you remember seeing Sean in September of 2022 and not having a hotel night, September 9th? I'm not sure, she says. Okay. Okay. There's a lot of uncertainties in this. You say you feel like she doesn't really want to get him locked up? Well, Blueberry, is it Fago? Blueberry Fago. There's discussions about UTIs. There's that. You think she was competing with the younger women too? But there's the UTIs discussion. So there has been discussions of that, but you guys, like, this just the general situation is just not overall. There was a risk and he was kind of like used to it. Like, it made me wonder what other health issues did Combs have, because if she's getting UTIs, what is he getting? What is he getting? If, like, I have heard a lot of rumors about Diddy having all kinds of stuff. So you said free pop pop. Oh, Lord have mercy. Is he your pop pop? Because he's not my pop pop. I'll tell you that. Okay, let's see. We do have an update. Combs. Now, do you see you saw him, but no hotel night? That is incorrect, says Jane. September 4th. Okay, so Garagos asks, now do you see you saw him, but no hotel night? That is incorrect. September 4th. We took a jet to Vegas. He performed. Then we had a hotel night with an entertainer. Okay. Damn. Yep. Let's see. How does she not remember things from like 3 years ago and Cassie remember from 10 years ago? That's a great question. I think everybody's memory can vary. I don't know. Hold up. Now let me see. One of the questions that Garagos and Jane read aloud some explicit messages between her and Sean from July 2022. Garagos says, here Mr. Combs says, I am J King, my D, thinking how nasty you are going to be to me, right? Yes. Chat, man. You guys, if you missed the transcript read earlier, we talked about the fact that Jane Doe did some research and how Diddy was being a rooster. Okay? A cupboard. Diddy is a cupboard. And Jane said something that a lot of us understood. At least we agreed to, that it sounds like that he kind of got off on seeing other men doing this because maybe by curiosity, he wanted to do this stuff. Like he wanted that stuff done to him. So yes, Diddy is a whole rooster. Okay. But that's his personal life. All right. I'm not judging the roosters out there. Y'all do your thing as long as you're safe. Okay. They had so yeah, they're still being checked regularly. That's why they felt confident doing things. That's what I'm saying. I would be scared. Honestly, I would be scared. You said he's a tuck with a I'm calling him a rooster. Okay. I'm calling him a rooster. All right. Pop definitely was a birdie. He was a freaky birdie. That's right. You guys, did you guys hit the like button, by the way? Please and thank you. Okay. I didn't even check the likes. Y'all, I'm tired. I'm trying. I'm gonna push through as much as I can. But anyways. Okay. You said, Rabbit, I love when you end you thought with okay. It's too much, man. All right. Do you remember seeing him on September 20th and not having a hotel night? She says, I'm not sure. Let me show you this. Does this refresh your recollection? I guess it did. See, this is why I struggle reading other updates because I'm like, am I ahead or am I not ahead? Okay. So there was maybe one time when they didn't have a rooster. Excuse me, not a rooster. Shit. Oh my God. A hotel night. Oh my God. This shit messes with your head after a while. I'm telling you, man. I need a cleansing. I need a confessional booth at this point. It's like you say these words and it becomes too much, man. I know, right? I think I'm ahead. Oh, I think I'm ahead. I get confused. I don't know. 3 or 4 guys a night is wild. Yes, I think I'm gonna stick to one update. I think you're right because it's a little too much. I'm not medicated, okay? So I gotta be careful. All right. I can only do so much. You said y'all want to do pop like this in this chat. Rooster, stay in the light. What? Well, Diddy's not staying in the light. Everything he does is in a hotel in the dark and the red lights. So which light are you talking about? Who's staying on the light? We don't have an update. And listen, no. You guys are funny, man. Come on, he's just a curious billionaire, says Maria. You know, if Diddy's doing all, it just makes you wonder how many trillionaires are out there. Like I said, anybody can get into these. If this was a situation when all of these adults were well aware about what's going on, it would be a different story. Like a Ashley Madison, he could have been on an Ashley Madison list. I think it would have been fine. People wouldn't have said anything as long as everything was consensual. But you know, it is what it is. You keep talking about her kid. Like, get off of the who okay. So her kid wasn't there when all of this was happening. Like, it would be a different story if her kid was watching. I think I put you on timeout yesterday because you're like obsessed with your child. I don't know what to tell you. So figure out how you're gonna do your comments because I don't know why we mentioning her kid. Who cares? Like, her kid wasn't there. She had sitters for the kid. Okay. If this was a man, would this be a different situation? I don't know. I find it so interesting. Get over it. Okay. Yeah, I think I had to put him or her on a timeout for a while. Like, come on now. I'm about to put you out for a year if you keep up with this shit. And I'm trying to be nice. Okay. Okay. Update. Do what you gotta do. If Astro is pushing it, hey, bye Astro, bye. Go ahead, do what you guys gotta do. Okay. Combs says, did Sean pay for your birthday dinner? Yes. What was the restaurant? I can't remember the name. You had a great time. I had an okay time. Okay. As opposed to a great time? Did another FO happen? I'm wondering. Like, literally, I'm wondering. I know. I try to be nice. I really do. But sometimes people be doing the most. And I am, because I feel like people are entitled. You guys are entitled to your own opinion. I'm just tired of people mentioning the kid. Like, the kid is not on trial. Hell, she's not on trial. She's just testifying. That's it. So can we stop? I mean, why don't you guys talk about Diddy's kids? Like, what the fuck? It gets to be too much. Like, get over it. Yeah, every time I see that that person is always talking about her kid. Are you half dollar or what is it? It's crazy. Okay. Do we have an update? I know, and yet the diddler has kids, and nobody wants to talk about that, right? And nobody wants to talk about that. Okay. Let's see. That is crazy. And I told everybody to stop that. So if you guys see that again, and I'll leave it to the mods because I'm not asking other people to do it. Okay, like, let's move on. I talked about it earlier because it became an issue, but we have to move on from her kid. Okay, like, it's giving obsessive. Y'all are obsessed with their kid. It's kind of weird. Let's see. $50 in the chat. Order in the court. That's right. It's getting too out of order. All right. It was fine earlier this morning. We were reading the transcripts. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to the chat, so I don't know. Okay, but I do download the chat at the end of the night, so I'm able to see a little bit about what's going on. One of Jane's preferred partners for an FO or hotel nights, as she and Sean Combs called them, was a man named Paul. If I had to do what I had to do, at least there was somebody who had a warm energy about them. Jane testified Tuesday under a court proved pseudonym to protect her name. Of course, we know this. I hate how they kind of repeat this over and over. We know her name is Jane Doe. Okay. It turns out Paul was also one of Combs' personal trainers. According to Wednesday's testimony, her role played as Shaquille O'Neal. We talked about that. Yeah, she acted like these basketball players. Okay. Or they did. They were the trifecta. That's kind of weird, but okay. I don't know. And I don't know. Let's see. People forget his son's mentioned in the lawsuit. Yes. Okay. But let's just move on from that, okay? You said you seeing how she got with the defense after they corrected them? Yeah. I mean, she felt like yeah, and I would say people are seeing maybe a different side of her, which I think we expected that, you know what I mean? But yeah, he didn't learn to keep the personal trainers away from his women. Oh, wow. There's that. Okay. Jane acknowledged texting hotel nights was fun, but says feelings were directed at Combs. Jury saw more texts between Sean Diddy Combs and Jane from about a week later in July of 2022. In the message, Combs suggested a hotel night with either Paul or another entertainer. When Jane told him that she was icked out by a boohoo the other entertainer had. Wait, what? Did the entertainer cry? Combs agreed that the person was a no-go and arranged a hotel night with Paul, according to the messages. Jane testified that Combs only gave her a choice between two entertainers, and as though it wasn't an option to skip a hotel altogether. Jane also confirmed that when asked that she thought she recalled spending a few days just with Combs after the late July hotel night. And Jane confirmed that she and Combs had another hotel night at her home August 30th, 2022. The next day, Jane texted Combs saying in part, "There was so much fun, baby. This was so much fun, baby," according to the messages discussed in the court. She then sent a long message about how much she loved and appreciated him. "My love for you is unconditional and for life." Oh. Jane confirmed that she sent these messages after a hotel night. She testified that the feelings were directed only by Combs. Okay. Well, there's that. What do you guys think? Okay, here we go. Garrigo says, "You right, in Nobu, the only place. How about something outside of the hotel? He conveniently put me in a hotel with the Nobu. I suggested Papi Steaks." Okay. And then Garrigo says, "That's a nice restaurant in Miami." "So I've heard," says Jane. Oh, God. Okay. Let me know. Oh, my gosh. So we just updated. Hold up. Let me shout out some people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the people. Let's see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you from Belgium for your excellent work. I'm going to say thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, make sure you guys are supporting the channel. Please and thank you. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, super chatting. The pay links are in the thing. All of that support really does help out. Thank you, guys. Also, again, thank you to GMAT again. GMAT, I'm getting a chimichanga tonight. Let me just say that. Thank you. I do need a sangria too. All right. Do we have an update? Thank you. The man has gray gums. We did talk about that. His health wasn't that great. You know what I mean? All those rugs, but it doesn't sound like his health was all that great, you know? If you know what I mean. This is not a Rico. This is Puffy Jerry Springer show. Free pup. Oh man. KRM, thank you so much for this. Thank you for keeping up with the transcripts. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. This morning we got up really early to read some of the transcripts for you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Do we have an update? Let's see. Un update. Tenemos un update? Tenemos un update? You guys are going to get me talking in Spanish in a bit. Let's say. Yeah. I don't think Cassie was like, it was weird to call him Pop Up after she realized had just the weirdness of it. Thank you. Any thoughts on the testimony? To me, it sounds like she's still in love with him. Nettie, I think she still loves him. I think it's very likely that she still loves him. I don't think that there's anything wrong with saying that. There's a difference between Cassie's testimony and Jane, but one thing, Jane, I think is in a position where she had to testify. Does that make sense? So yeah, she still loves him. You could just hear that even in her voice, in the things that she said. She said it. She admitted, even in the transcripts that we read yesterday, I still love him till this day. Narratives and Dialogue says, you can look at his eyes and see that he's not healthy, both mentally and physically. He doesn't strike me as a man that's very healthy, if you know what I mean. At all, guys. But, you know. Okay, we have an update. Valentine's Day, the year before he was in a different country, you wrote, get your ass back from that island, right? Yes. Then at the Nobu Hotel, you accepted it. I would say I went along with it. You accepted. Oh, they're going to get back and forth on this. She accepted what? She accepted a hotel night? What she accept? She accepted it. That's what it says. This right here is so true. I think that this was pretty evident to me that her self-esteem was non-existent before Diddy. Okay. I don't know if Aduko's in the chat, but she said something that really struck out to me yesterday when we were reading the transcripts. You could tell she's got some abandonment issues. So this is just my opinion. Her self-esteem was gone before Diddy, which made her a pretty okay, here's this guy who's going to take care of me. I'm willing, do this and do that. To me, it just seemed like her self-esteem wasn't even prior to Diddy. But let me know what you think in the chat, Jane Doe, about that. Because it's interesting that you said this, but my other person said that. I don't know. It's just, you guys, I have a master's degree. So it's like talking to people and working with people. It's kind of like, you could tell when somebody is struggling with something or has been for a long time. Okay. Jane says, my stuttering was trying to find the right words for the pressure I felt. Okay. Garrigo says, you mean agitation? She says, yes. You said he gave you your birthday gift, a necklace? Yes. Did you take this photo? Yes. Under seal? So whatever they're showing her, it's under seal. Okay. Yeah, that's right, Jane Doe. But yeah. Yeah, I actually, a real one, not the one that Diddy does when he's liking to watch as a rooster. I have a real one, a master and a bachelor's. Okay. There's a difference. We got, you just had to say that, didn't you, Jenny G? Bye, Jenny G. Bye. Oh my God. That shit made me laugh. Okay. You have a master's in criminology. My undergraduate is in criminology. That's interesting. But yours is in criminology. Okay. Which is why I have been very careful in documenting this case. Yeah, that's amazing. My undergraduate is in criminology and my master's is in social work. Felicia says, I definitely think that she still loves him and really do not want to I don't think she wants to testify. I don't think Cassie wanted to testify. That shouldn't be a surprise, but she's still an unindicted co-conspirator, right? So is Cassie. They're victims, but they're still unindicted co-conspirators, which means that, their participation in this is valuable. And if they don't, they can get in trouble and probably go to jail too, or be prosecuted as well. Okay. Okay, here we go. It was a Van Cleef necklace. Yes? What is Van Cleef? Garrigos asks. A jewelry brand that is high end. And in that photo, I had already taken rugs. Any time of affection made me smile. You took a mirror selfie? Unfortunately, yes. Well, those necklaces are cute, but damn, they're expensive, So the photo that they're talking about is of that little what is it? It's like a little charm. They look like leaf clovers to me. I don't know. Like little clovers. Maybe they are. I'm not really sure. I think I have a phony one that I got from like TJ Maxx. Totally not real. So they're showing her a picture of a birthday gift that she got. It was a necklace. And she says, what is Van Cleef? It's a jewelry brand that is in high end. In the photo, I had already taken rugs. Any time of affection, any kind of affection, I think that's what he meant to say, made me smile. You took a mirror selfie? Unfortunately, yes, she says. Okay. You got a phony? Yeah, I have a phony TJ Maxx one. I am not. How much are those anyways? Shout out to y'all if you can afford it. I can't. Come on now, I'm a YouTuber. I can't afford that. These are no joke expensive. Look at this. They're like Arpels. Is that what they're called? This is cute. I mean, they're cute. Don't get me wrong, but damn. Okay, 5,700. All right. I wouldn't even want to walk around with something like that. I'm just not that kind of person. But yes. Yeah. Combs says, or Gara goes, Sean gave the entertainers a condominium that night. Yes. Are these your texts with Cabral? I was high. It was 2:40 in the morning. UCT time? Right. Yes. So it was night, East Coast time? Yes. Okay. So he actually gave Cabral a condominium. He signed it over to him. Sean gave the entertainer a condominium that night. Yes. Okay. So it wasn't like, I guess they're trying to dispel this idea that she was doing it without without a condominium, you know? Let me know what you guys think in the comments, okay? So I guess this kind of it pokes holes into her prior statement about how he would get it, like he would get upset, maybe, I don't know, more than once or whatever, about a condominium. I know, how nice that she gave a condominium. Yep. That's true. For sure. Really? That was tarnishing very easily? The real ones? People are spending $5,000. There's one for like $31,000. It's crazy. All right. You invited Cabral for the next day, but the ex would have worn off by then, right? She says, in these nights, I repeatedly took X. You say you will book his travel for the next day, right? Yes. Okay. Yes, you saw that? It's like 4,400,000. That's like, that's a whole property there. Maybe 2 properties, depending on where you live. Those things are expensive. They're no joke. They're expensive. How much? I'm kind of wondering how much that was. I'm just saying, I have a lot of questions, you know? Yeah, it is a direct contradiction, Moni, of what she said. I think it's fair to say she did contradict herself here, unless there was more than once occasion or something like that. But yeah. You know? But did it say love? That's the question. Did it say love? You know what? She's Michelle. She's like, this chat is extra spicy to get. I'm telling you, I'm gonna give everybody an edible if y'all don't get your shit together. We got to get our stuff together. We got to get through this, okay? Everybody's a little extra spicy today. Combs says, what did you write her? Jane says, I wrote, I appreciate everything you did for my birthday. I want to give you everything you want on Valentine's Day. What did you mean? The necklace on your, there's asterisks, lovemaking only with regards to him. Okay. That is interesting. Yeah, we got some Jane sassiness. Absolutely. Maria, have a good evening. I think you're leaving. Shout out to you. Now you understand why he did. Remember they had the plan B on the fanny pack? That was one of the rugs. That's why he had it. Not because of him, but because of the smeck scorts. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I said, I'm telling you, I think some of you guys need some 420 happiness or something. I know. Hold up. Where are we at? Let's see. Do we have an update, guys? I don't see one yet. What about, do we have an update on CNN? What is CNN saying about this? CNN, Jane says she wanted Combs to take her out. I'm asking if we could please romance me outside of the hotel rooms. Oh, so she was trying to get out of the space. So this was in February of 2023. Jane texted Diddy asking if he would send her something for her birthday festivities. She testified that she asked for a $15,000 to cover buying an outfit and dinner for her and her friends. She confirmed that Combs paid for the dinner. Jane later traveled to Miami to celebrate her birthday with Combs. She texted him asking if Nobu, a sushi restaurant inside the hotel where she was staying, was the only dinner option, and she suggested then try something different. She testified that she was trying to get out of the hotel. I'm asking if we could please romance me outside of the rooms, she testified. The jury saw photographs of the couple eating at Nobu. Okay. Have you guys ever eaten at that restaurant? Let me know. Have you guys eaten at that restaurant before? Because I have never. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. 15K. $50K. Yeah. You said it's good? You guys have been? It's great? It's overrated? Nobu's expensive. I've never been. Let me know. You said I need a drink? Do they have different locations everywhere? It's overrated? So is it a sushi restaurant? I like sushi. But you guys said it's overrated? I've never been. Is it expensive? Now I want to look it up. You said like Nobu. Overrated and expensive? Wow. Okay. She asked for $15K for her birthday, and I don't know if that included the meal. I'm not really sure. I don't know. But apparently he paid for that. Okay. All right. Garrigo says, hold up. Okay, sorry guys. So then you sent him photos of you guys in the hotel room. Yes. You didn't tell him you didn't like it until you saw him with Carisha in Turks, right? Yes, it was very hurtful after enduring what I endured. So he took Carisha to Turks too? He was taking them to the same spot that he had taken her before? And what? So, I mean, he was going everywhere with them, I guess. I don't know. You said he's not smooth, just wealthy. Yeah. Okay. Combs, Garrigo says, you reached out to Cabral under the pressure of my lover, she says. You asked him and he gave you the man a condominium at the very last minute, thank God. You wrote to him, I loved baby buddy's yelling. Okay. You asked him and he gave a man a condominium. At the very last minute, thank God. You wrote to him, I loved and appreciated every detail you put into my B-Day. He wasn't there though. I don't know. So he would, okay, I'm trying to understand what this, maybe I shouldn't picture this. Combs, you reached out to Cabral under the pressure of my lover, she says. You asked him and he gave the man a condominium at the very last minute, thank God. You wrote to him, I loved and appreciated every detail you did into my birthday. Okay. Yeah, but are they both being charged with RICO, Patrick? She could have dealt with 5 millionaires. Are they both being charged with RICO? That's the question. She could have dealt with 6 millionaires. Are they being charged with RICO? That's the question. That's the question. So I don't even think it really if you want to speak to her character, that's fine, but I think a lot of us have already said, yeah, she's well in the industry, she's been around, we've been knowing that, but yes, but he's not on trial. Okay. I wrote with regards to Sean. Okay, Garagos. First of all, Jane says, I wrote with regards to Sean. Garagos says, you wrote that to Sean? You stopped talking to him? I was heartbroken. I flew to Paris Fashion Week. You enjoyed it? She says, yes. Okay. Mm-mm. Sorry, guys. We're trying to get updates. So Brian Wilson from the Beach Boy passed away. I just got the news too. Sorry. That's sad. Damn. I think it just broke. Actually passed away today. Brian Wilson from the Beach Boy, if you listen to the Beach Boys. Yeah. No update. CNN says Jane received any type of affection from Combs with open arms. She testified. Okay. She went along with it when Sean Diddy Combs said that he had an entertainment plan for her 2023 birthday. My circumstances were my options in this relationship. If I see him, there's a request for a hotel night. There's a request for a hotel night, so I'm just adapting to my circumstances. I'm adapting to my environment. So, yes, there were moments I suggested or organizing things under the pressure of my lover, she says. Okay, so then defense attorney showing photos of this, of the necklace. So she was basically saying, like, I'm willing to receive all kinds of affection. Like, this is what I wanted to do, and I was willing for it, I guess, under those circumstances. No update. Yanni's like, I am too stoned to reply to everyone. Shout out to Yanni. Yanni's like, listen, I'm gonna take something because I need to relax. Shout out to you. You said Let's see. What are you guys saying in the chat? We're waiting for an update, guys. So yeah, even Washington Post is reporting on this $15,000 ladies' night birthday for Jane and more than dozens of her friends, including a private room at a Los Angeles restaurant, a new outfit, the witness confirmed during her cross-examination. Damn. But my thing is this: how come Carisha is not being made to testify? Is she being made to testify? Is she gonna be a witness? Because I'm hearing that this is well, is she a witness or is she like, I don't know, guys. Because she is one of them too. So why isn't like she also being made to testify in any of this? What do you guys think? Why is it that she's not being made to testify? I wonder about this. I really do. Because it seems like she would. I don't know, at least under some kind of a immunity or some ish. Well, even if that's the case, though, I don't even think, even if she doesn't review herself or see herself as a victim, I think that if it's a crime, they're going to have to make her. Even if that's the case, I don't think she has an option. I have a lot of questions about this, y'all. I really do. How come Carisha's not testifying? You think she's going to be tried soon? Let me know. Okay. What? Baby Bunny's got something to say. What do you guys think? Let's see. No update. They could force her, but she would be a terrible, like she could be a hostile witness. Maybe no crimes are committed against her. I don't know. Yeah, but that doesn't answer why they wouldn't make her testify. Because essentially she would also be under this whole RICO to a certain degree, no? I don't know. Yeah, she could be testifying for Diddy. Maybe she's a witness for Diddy. You know? I think they need to force Gina too. I'm just telling you guys, Gina should have been up in there too. That's just my opinion. Yeah. Maybe she's a witness for the defense. Okay, do we have an update? You don't think so, Patrick? How many of you guys think that Carisha was doing for that? I guess that's a question maybe I should ask you guys. In your opinion, do you believe that Carisha, Young Miami, was also participating in the freak offs? Let me know. Let's do a poll on that one, okay? I think we have an update. She wasn't? How do we know that she wasn't? How do we know? How do you guys know? That's what I want, because you guys are saying it with such certainty. How do you know she's not? How do you know she was also not doing it? How do we know? Because you guys are like 1000% saying, no, she did. She was never. How do you know? I want to know. Because she said it in a podcast? I call bullshit. I call bullshit. Okay. Anyways, here we go. Combs says, this is a text chain between you and Sean. Garagos says, March of 2023, on the 2nd, he wrote, sorry I called you a B. I deserve this. Love, right? She says yes. He then writes, when can you come? Turks, right? Jane says yes. So like sketchy. Update. Garrigo says, you sent him a heart emoji and wrote, what we have is special, right? Yes. The budget for your trip was 100,000? Yes. The budget for what trip? To Turks? The budget for your trip was 100,000? Yes. And you spent 55? I don't know. Ay, 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 ay. What do you guys think? She says she find herself a new Diddy. Oh my God. Let me know. Oh. She doesn't want to be bothered. Okay. Let me know what you guys think. 100,000 for a trip? Damn. That, my friends, that's how much she had to spend? You said there's no leverages with millionaires. 26% said no. That when I asked you guys, was Young Miami a participant in FOs? 27% said no. 73% said yes. Oh my God. I don't know, man. All right, let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. Okay. You said hell yes. I thought she was a little bit more like she wanted that, you know? But I will say that she seemed to have maybe a little bit more leverage, you know? I saw them go shopping all the time. Do you honestly think this man was going to just buy her things just because? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I could be wrong. So she got trauma and 100,000 from Sean. Sounds like a good deal. Well, Sophie, I think she got pretty much more than 100,000. There might have been more. I know she said trauma, but if we're talking about financial, there might have been more money that she was able to receive. Thank you, Cheeks. Sorry, I clicked your comment because I'm reading it. Didn't she get the golden showers too? And you want to say she didn't do an FO? Whoever said it? She got the golden showers and you want to say she didn't do an FO? Get out of here. I don't want to hear it. Oh my God. Well, I'm saying. I agree, Ivy Rose. I mean, you can't pay me enough for my mental health. You imagine, look at Diddy. Look at all this money that he has and he's never satisfied. This is what I'm saying about these bazillionaires. They got all this money and a fucked up head. Okay? They're not okay. I'd rather have peace of mind than all that money. I mean, sure, I got bills here and there just like everybody does, but damn. And then you're risking your health too. You know what I mean? I don't want it. Okay, here we go. Garrigo says, you felt he didn't like you up and leaving to Paris. Jane says, no, he didn't. You went to the Mandarin Oriental, I can't even read that. Oriental and watch Prawn with Sean. Yes. Sean asked you about bringing Don. Given the situation, I said yes. Oh, Lord have mercy. Wow. Let's see. You said, I think I'm over this case. Felicia's like, I'm over this case. A lot of people felt that way too. We're going to see this to the end, guys. Going to see this to the end. Okay. Hold up. We have an update. You felt he didn't like you. Okay, I read this part. I don't want to reread crap. Mimi said he seemed like he only had a thing for Asia. I think he likes all kinds of women. I mean, he was with all kinds of women. I don't think it was just Asian women. I think he Kind of like those kinds of women. You know, he was with J-Lo and everybody else. So, okay. You said if you'd known Paul would be there, you wouldn't have gone to Turks. I would not have. Did you write to Cabral from there and invite him to come there? Yes. Under the encouragement of my partner, yes, I did. Let me ask you guys a question. Speaking of J-Lo, because I brought her up, okay? You think J-Lo wasn't doing these FOs? Okay. Now that we understand a little bit more what these FOs kind of entail, was J-Lo doing these FOs? I'll never forget that Wendy Williams show where Wendy and J-Lo are sitting there and Wendy's like, would you consider getting back with Diddy? And J-Lo's mom looked like she had like a heart attack. No, never. I honestly think that J-Lo might have done a couple. She might have done a couple. Yeah, this was earlier in the 2000s. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And she did what she did. She got the career that she got, and then she was like, I'm out. I'm bouncing. I'm out of here. Okay. Mm-hmm. Honestly. But let me know what you guys think. Yeah, Kim Porter, and I think it was Mims who said it. He's like, it kind of led you to believe with one of the witnesses, was it David James? It kind of made you feel that maybe Kim Porter was still doing them up until a point, until she stopped. Who knows? Who knows? And I mean, we don't know. We can only speculate that. Yeah, J-Lo almost got a charge. So I'm saying she was knee deep in this situation. She was. So she almost got a charge. In my rabbit voice. Okay. Okay. Sure. All right, here we go. Ooh, all right. Okay, so Garrigo says, you were happy Sean gave you diamonds. Jane says, I thought it was sweet. You were glad to get diamonds. I just wanted Sean. You wrote, I wanted diamonds. Objection? Asked to form? Rephrase. Oh, Lord. Can't you have both? Diamonds and Sean? Maybe she wanted both, you know? You want the audio over testimony? Good luck with that one. I don't like J-Lo. I don't like J-Lo. I don't know if you might be brand new here, but I don't like J-Lo. For a lot of reasons. And I've had a lot of exposés of J-Lo. But anyways, no update. Nothing surprises you anymore? Yeah. Yeah, Rabbit did say she is knee deep in a lot of situations. Okay. You don't get to be where you're at, and you should ask J-Lo about that. I don't like J-Lo. Okay. She's taken from a lot of artists, taken from a lot of people in the industry. She did what she did, you know. The only time that I ever, of course, you know, because Selena made J-Lo. Let's be very real. Okay. I don't want to hear it. Oh, it was no. Selena, it was her participation in that movie that gave her the rise. Yes, she was a fly girl, but if it wasn't for Selena, she wouldn't have gone anywhere. And then she met Puffy, and that's where she was at. So that was around that time. But that's just my thought. I'm not a J-Lo fan. I'm not. Especially with the marriages that she ruined when she got with Mark Anthony. That's some knee-deep shit. This is why that woman is unhappy and couldn't keep Ben. That's the real. Okay, because the shit that she was doing was wrong. All right. Okay. Do you remember telling Paul that you'd let Sean go too far and it was your fault? She says, yes. Your Honor, I think it would be a good place to take a break. Okay. All right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Yo, okay, wait a minute. I have to say something. I am done. We're done here. We're done. I got to take a break. I've been up early in the morning reading this and all this other stuff. Make sure you guys go to that Surprise Witness TV. She's live right now. Go listen to the rest of her. But you guys are amazing. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Shout out to you guys and stay tuned because we'll probably be live. I don't know if we'll be live later today, but keep your notifications on. If we get transcripts, we'll see. I need a little bit of a break because I got to rest my voice. Okay. All right. I will see you guys. Hit the like button. I got to go tend to child. And hey, hit the like button, okay? Shout out to GMAT. Thank you so much, everybody else, for the PayPal and the Cash App. I got to give me a chimichanga and a sangria, and los veo más al rato. Bye, guys. Bye, guys. Bye, guys. Bye, guys.